Right, welcome back to the EERC 24 Hours of Spa. This is round 10 of Season 2, the final round of the championship. Currently, we have Luca D'Amelio in P1 of LM-P2 with Jake Dinahan in the Iris 86. 37 to 38 seconds behind. Definitely within a good shout of we deem that as close, considering there's still 14 hours to go. In GT3, we have a battle between Lucas Lichtin in the Iris number 7 and Giuseppe Pastore in the Jean Alesi Esports Academy 314 Ferrari. That's currently a gap of 61 seconds, so again, perfectly within reasonable distance for a decent fight here. Currently, we do also have the championship permutations to think about. So, right now, LMP2 has been confirmed that the Mugen number 20 has won. Other than that, there is still the battle for GT3, which for who's going to win. Right now, it looks like the Mugen number 88, that's currently in P4 of Martin Militai, is doing enough, just about to win the championship right now, because he needs to be within 7th place. He needs to be 6th or above in order to secure the championship, and the number 7 needs to win the race. So right now, it looks like the number 88 is doing enough to win the championship. Other than that, we currently have 13 hours and 48 minutes to go, and I'll be taking you through the night shift. If anyone wants to come join me, it'd be very appreciated. Currently see the valet number 90 car getting past the Porsche. That is Royal Racing Bravo, I believe. The number is 31. 93, sorry. 93 Porsche Royal Racing. It looks like we're going to have Jeff Closer, team manager for First Automation, joining us in the commentary box. So I will drag him in now. Hello, Jeff.
Hello.
Yeah. Alright, so how's it going? How do you think the race so far?
Pretty chaotic.
It's been alright, to be fair. I mean,
Yeah, we had worse.
It's not been too bad on the steering standpoint for a 24. Can't really complain.
But going like the after 2 moments wise, this has been the peak performance of after the 2.
Yeah, R-Factor 2's at its best right now.
Yeah. Like every single problem that the game ever had, it happened today.
We see the leader of LMP2 in. Luca D'Amelio getting his scheduled pit stop, I assume. I think everybody's strategy's kind of been thrown out by all the Code 80s we've had.
Yeah. Pretty much strategy was wait for a Code 80 in pit.
Yeah, that's what I've seen. A lot of people have... I did see some people under the extended code. Oh, hello, we have Vince Boros has just lost it on the top of Radion. And that's the wall, I believe. Let's make sure he has a rear wing still.
They had quite a few moments this race.
Yeah, they've not had much luck. Do they still have a rear wing? They do. Have they got damage?
I like crabbing. I'm a bit far behind for the street, so I don't know.
They're Seymour, right? For the most. I don't see anything too bad. As we currently see Tuneman on board with him going through the bus stop. Navigates that nicely, gets on the power, not too squirrely on exit, traction control doing its job. He's currently on the podium, but he's 5 laps down on Lexington and Pastore, so no real hope there.
Yeah, I think he will hope to stay at least P3 with the Mugen catching them.
Martin Militai is only about 30 seconds behind, so
And
The
they
gap's
haven't
coming
read
down
it the last
a
hours.
lot. Yeah, also he's not a slow driver, so
Oh yeah, that's for
only
sure.
about 26 seconds. 26.8 is the gap right now in P3 and P4, so we might have a battle on our hands to commentate in this graveyard shift. I believe that is officially the closest battle on track, followed by Moscato and the Royal Racing, and then there's the battle for the lead of LM-P2.
Yeah, the top 3 in LM-P2 have been closed the entire race. That's
We've been
impressive.
within a lap, which is as Martin Military gets a penalty.
Which is
Well, it looks
rare
like a
in
cut track
LP2.
penalty. Yeah, it looks like a cut track penalty because I haven't given it them.
By the way, are the limits a bit higher than 10
I
cuts?
believe we haven't changed it, so the default would be 10.
Yeah, it's not 10.
Mm.
I can tell you that, it's not 10.
I guess it must be 10 per driver then instead of 10 per car, so...
No, that can be possible.
Mm.
I'm impressed as well. I thought in the race that we'll have more DNF of LMP2 compared to GT3s.
Yeah, the LM-P2's have been really...
But only
well
one
behaved.
died.
Yeah.
And it didn't even die, it just retired.
Mm. No, when you stream yourself breaking the rules quite clearly, it usually doesn't go that well. We have Jake Dinahan complaining about Emilio being too quick, so... But that's, I believe that's Mark Largo in the P2 car now, the number 87.
Those two cars are fighting for the potential last spot on the podium, the standings.
For that €50 prize money. I need to start posting more links about. Like Le Mans Virtual has an R Factor moment.
Oh my.
So it looks like someone's forgot to turn off the stream.
Oh.
I wonder if this is updated yet. Yeah, there we go. So, any comments on how your cars are doing?
I mean, my cars are doing pretty much what they need to do.
Yeah.
All they gotta do is now hope that the
number 88 comes. Looks like the number 88 is just coming straight up serve their penalty, so...
Yeah,
there
but
it
they
is, you
will
can see it on the stream now.
They will
Coming out the pits.
lose even more than that. A lot more than that.
Yeah, true. What? Gap's 100 and odd. We've just been unlapped at the very least, so...
Yeah.
That at least.
I mean, I'm proud of my guys. They're doing like literally what they need to do to get anything.
Yeah, definitely.
Now it's just need to hope that we have some luck and they have bad luck.
No, honestly, for some teams, this race, I think if they didn't have bad luck, they'd have no luck at all. It's definitely felt that way for some people.
Yeah, the stories I heard from some DNFs, how are DNF, like, oh my god. Like, the team you're driving, like, how the Alton car retired.
That was unfortunate.
That's
should make it clear, I'm not driving. I haven't driven for them since Korea.
I know, but you drove for them, so...
Yeah, well, true.
I know my teammate was scared to drive.
Because they're not there. Yeah, it's the curse. You know, the AFP failed and then Cass failed when he turned up. It's the curse.
I cursed you guys with that.
Yeah. Why don't you just send him to the 88, see what happens?
We had that idea, but I don't think they will take him. Also, how do you like our livery?
It's cursed. It's It's very cursed.
That's what we aim for.
It's uncomfortably cursed.
Especially if you're riding with the car behind them and you just see a license plate.
Oh dear. Yeah, as we're with the PSP car, I think this car is very much one of those if they had no luck sort of scenarios. They've been in the wall a fair few times. Kept it going. There they are here, you know. So we approach 13 and a half hours to go. I feel like this 10 and a bit hours has gone a lot quicker than Laguna Seca. As I drop a USB stick. There we go. Going well. Right, yeah, it looks like the gap between Licton and Pastore is kind of stabilizing around a minute right now.
But I can tell you that Licton will soon driver swap.
Well, there we go. So that'll bring Pastore probably into the lead, and we might have a bit of a battle.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe we get lucky. Murtai comes out P4 74 seconds behind Schunemann after his drive-through penalty, probably for track extending. As we're riding with Luca D'Amelio. Really fun.
Yeah, Valley have been really fast this race.
Kienek as well. I think the 21's been doing some fantastic laps to try and crawl its way back into the fight. I mean, they might be 3 laps down, but in 14 hours, at the pace they're going, as they have a bit of a twitch there.
Wasn't the 20 that
had
had issues early on?
Yeah, the 21 had issues as well. They've both kind of been in the walls a bit, which is uncharacteristic for Mugen, to be honest. At least in terms of incidents that would make them have massive issues as well. It's quite common.
I don't want to sound harsh, but they are not where they normally are in the position-wise.
Yeah, it's true. They're usually 1-2 and like 5 laps ahead, so
yeah.
This is uncharacteristic for them to actually have to race.
Car in the
it's like a Mercedes that isn't in the front.
Yeah. Like, it's one of the rare occasions.
Heading into La Source. Yeah, it is very much one of those rare occasions where we don't have a Mugen just amazing.
We have Murtai catching Schunemann.
I think this might be the first time this season where we haven't had a Mugen in the lead in either class.
That's also true.
That hasn't been like taken out or something like that, where the cars are still running. Obviously, I believe the AAA has hit its blooms and is out, but the 88's still going.
Yeah,
the one that
really
matters is still going.
Yeah. Same for us as well. So 77 was been unlucky so far, but
you've still got 13 and a half hours to sort this out. So, as it looks like your cars are learning line of stern there. I think the 77 just about to be lapped by the number 7.
No, unlipping himself from the start.
Oh, that was close. The 46 nearly crashed into the 77 there.
Oh.
Stuck it in the inside of Blanchimont. Clearly slowed down as the number 7 is now overtaking the 46. That's an interesting choice. There's Fabian Bell coming around the final corner as well. In the reading game, number 72. He's about 60 seconds behind Matt Valga.
I must say,
in the 87.
Respect to reading game, they have been impressive this race.
I think they've just mainly stayed out of trouble.
That really. As well, but they have
very much been
Iris and Valley car the entire race so far.
Yeah, they've kept good enough pace, I think, and just kept out of trouble, and it seems to pay off for them. So we're on board with them as he laps the Iris GT3.
Especially
he's got another Valley,
he's been impressive. Yeah, they're both with each other. They are...
The Rookie Monsters 481 car. I believe it's 481. Should be 481. They're in the number... Oh, sorry, this is the Bottling Motorsport. This is what you get for having 2 cars running default liveries. This is the Bottling Motorsport car in the number 1 Ferrari.
I mean, we had 3 of those. But one already retired.
Heading into the bus stop. a bus stop much better made than the one in Formula 1 2021 because it actually has some sort of incline. There's our social media if you want to, at EERC Official on Twitter, or go to my website, eerc.info.
Early on in the race, I noticed this is the first time since I think Nola that we have more Ferraris than McLarens.
I guess having John Alesi and Bottling and all that and move.
And
This is the
AFP
first
back as
time.
well.
I think this is the first time since season 1 we've had a Porsche.
True.
Mainly
I still
because
call
the
them
Porsche is
maniacs
so
for that.
horrible to drive. I genuinely do not want to be in their position having to drive that Porsche.
I don't understand their move.
It's clearly working for them because they're running okay in the points. Like, you know, they're on par with your 77. Really, I mean, the gaps it's the auto corresponding switches to them. That's convenient in the number 93 Porsche for Royal Racing Bravo. It's clearly working for them. Like, this is the little bits you'll probably be able to see with the lights there, the Porsche. Remember, this is the 991 Porsche. It's not the newer one. It's not even the 991.2. It's the original one from 2015. The one that not many people liked. So
And they just went with it.
It'd be nice to get the more up-to-date 991 or the 992 into R Factor 2. We're getting the M4 at some point. The BMW's getting updated.
Oh, I hope that the M4 will have gotten in the game within the season, because you said we could swap the car.
Oh, there we go.
But it never came, so we were like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
The Class 1 came.
Yeah, but we can't
We were
drive that.
discussing before, and maybe you can give some insight of this. I'd say DTM lost its soul when it moved away from Class 1 into GT3, because it just became another GT3 championship.
Yeah, it's
that
pretty
isn't even
boring.
run very well. And there was a stat I read somewhere, I mean, take it with a pinch of salt, but oh, hello, Ben Sporos is round. That looks like it's into Piff Path. It is, kept it going, kept the engine running, just looked like he locked the rear brake. I've noticed Paul Street Boys has a tendency to run their ABS so low they actually managed to lock up in a GT3.
What?
Yeah, I think they run them with their ABS either off or really low. I've seen them lock up on multiple occasions.
If you allow me, I could join a server and respect it as well, because we're a bit far behind.
The best option for you would probably be just to join the general in the Discord, and I'll drag you into the commentary booth with the stream. Because then you'll get exactly what I'm seeing.
Yeah, perfect.
We have Martin Varga here, P2 in the number 87 Irish car. On board with him going into X, or No Name, depending on which one you call it. Call it Turn 9. Heading down now under the banner towards Pouon. Slight tap of the brakes, a little bit of a twitch on there, but nothing really to write home about. Kept it under control. Now power's out, nice and clean. It's got 57 seconds to find to the leader.
Yeah, the gap has been pretty consistent to the Valley car. Like sometimes we gain on them, sometimes they go faster again, so pretty much a gap between the cars.
Yeah, the gap's kind of about stabilising right now, but I still think as we see the Iris go past Peter Schooneman there, so we're back on board with the not on board, but following the PSB 753. And for some reason, there's always come up as test team. There we are, Connie Bell in the 86, currently P6. They've had a not so great race. I feel they got kind of caught out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a good start. At one point we had both cars in 1 and 2, but shit happens.
There we go. Oh, a bit of a twitch there from Connie Bell, though. Managed to keep it going, but definitely a bit more aggressive in the transition that I think they expected. As we're now on with Michael Colley into the points of racing. LM-P2 just overtaking the PSB. I got a bit close there, I think. I think the PSB gave him a bit of a squeeze there, not very happy. Probably
So
a bit.
do you know where the number 20 would need to finish for the 90 to win, to get the third spot on the podium?
We can look at it now. So the gap is. Let me get this.
I'm
So
not
the
sure.
gap between the 90 and the 20 is 26.5 points. I think we worked this out earlier, so they need to be P2. At least the. Right now, if they win, there'd be an 11-point gap between. Sorry, no. So they get 38 points, I think it is for. So 38 points. That'd put them on 141.5. So right now, the 20 would need to be at least 6th, and then they'd win by half a point.
And currently they are 5th, so
Yeah, so they're just I think they're just gonna keep it.
yeah.
The Iris also does have the chance.
Yeah.
If it wins, but they pretty much need to not score. Actually, to be fair, it is basically between whoever wins, beats each other in this race is who gets ahead, because you're only 2.5 points difference. So I'm pretty sure that the number 20 needs to come at least 6th.
I think for the Iris, the 20 has to retire at this point.
Well, a gap would be right now is 29 points. So you need to win, and they need to come no higher than.
It's 8th, I think.
Yeah, 8th, I think. Yeah,
8 already retired, so they need to retire.
Yeah. So actually, no. So the gap was what? 29. Yeah,
I think
so
if they finished 7th, they would be tied on points.
Yeah, you'd be tied on points if it was 1st and 7th. But,
and they decided over one race.
I believe they've got more race wins. So
yeah, we have 0.
Yeah, well, I have more than 0. I think DX Hackers has kind of snuck into that P2 spot that no one really expected it. I expected it to be a Mugen 1-2, to be honest. But there we are. So DX Hackers has got P2.
Well, isn't the AC Hackers a Mugen team in disguise?
I think so. Is it secure? Actually, no, because if they're not racing today, if Mugen gets 3rd, then Mugen 20 gets 3rd, and they'll get P2 in the championship.
Oh.
So that's their goal right now, but the top 3 has pretty much been locked by the 90, the 87, and the 72, so definitely not possible. You know, it's only, 5 laps in 13 hours?
I'm surprised that the Mugen dropped their 88 or 888 already. Because
I think the 888 came to too many issues. I think it crashed out. And, the usual rules we have is if you bin it in the wall yourself, you're not coming back in.
Because I think 3 or 4 cars have the chance of getting P3 and GT3.
Well,
I think none of them are still driving yet.
Chiba doesn't. Yeah, so really the fight is who between you two. Mugen looks like they've secured 3rd then.
No, I mean for 3rd, I mean, not for the win.
Yeah, for 3rd it's secured for Mugen, I believe. Because Alton isn't racing, Shiba isn't racing, and Dream Team Endurance isn't racing.
Now it's secured, but at the start of the race there was still a chance. Now all of them are retired.
BH, so yeah, it looks like 3rd and below. Apart from maybe a few movements with like BH and the 444. Is the 444 still going? Let's double check.
No, the 444 retired early on.
Out, so yeah, ADN 51 isn't going anymore.
And they're retired as well?
Outside of that, I believe 3rd down pretty much been, apart from Paul Street Boys, maybe getting into like the top 10.
And the 77 maybe?
I believe that's the 77 AB. Where are you?
It's in P12.
77's 12, yeah. You might get into the lower top 10 as well, like 9th or 10th.
Yeah, like 8th
so
or something.
3rd to like 8th has been locked in. So 3rd is Mugen, 4th is Alton Motorsports 35, 5th is Team Shiba 73, 6th is Dream Team Endurance 70, 7th is BH Racing number 3, and 8th is Fianavon 444. I think the gap's really I mean, realistic ADN can't win, and the gap's like 40 points anyway. So. Oh, Connie Bell having a bit of a moment there at the source, having to turn left in a right-hander. That's not ideal.
Didn't you watch Cars?
I mean, didn't you watch Initial D?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's on my watch list though.
As they power down towards Lacombe, as we cut to just a sea of headlights, making pretty much where the curb starts.
Yeah, I've been kind of complaining from all my drivers that it's so dark without the headlights.
I mean, yeah, really, you have the lights down towards Eau Rouge and the lights at Lacombe, and that's about it.
Yeah, you have literally seen
For a
nothing
race
of the
that
track.
hosts a lot of 24-hour races, and they're going to have to install more lights because they're
Yeah,
hosting
that's quite dangerous.
They're hosting the 24-hour bike race
Oh god.
in 2022, and I can't imagine doing 3 a.m. on a bike around Spa.
The night where
That
you
would be
can't see shit. Oh
terrifying.
god.
I couldn't think of anything worse.
I mean, you're driving past a fucking not jungle.
you see,
but,
in a car,
forest.
you at least can't fall out of it.
Yeah, and
It's like you can fall off a bike at 3 a.m. and then they can't see you.
I know, like in the night, driving past the forest, with all the white animals.
I couldn't think of anything scarier.
Yeah.
Especially because they're doing it in, like, April. So it's going to rain.
Oh god. Oh my god, imagine if it's heavy rain as well.
Yeah, that's why they're extending the runoff at a region radio in real life right now. It's not because of the car accidents. That's just a happy convenience. It's because they need to homologate the track for bike racing. So there's going to be gravel all up the edge of Erosion Radion now.
Oh god.
And it's going to be on the other side between the endurance pit exit and the racetrack. So there's going to be gravel between that.
In my opinion, the curb on the inside of Radion is too high.
On the inside of Radion, yeah, it does
It
upset
can
the
set
cars
off
a
a
lot.
car pretty hard and cause for pretty
Especially
big
some
incidents.
especially the more like highly sprung ones, like the prototypes and the single seaters. Like a GT can kind of use the curb to a
Yeah.
point. It's like the Nordschleife in a way. They can use some of the curbs. It's like it's like that, but a prototype just can't.
Yeah, if it touches that, it's dead.
Yeah, same with like any single seater. It's just sprung too hard. As Diego's in, on the number 77.
And I think he's going for another stint, and then I wanted to get in.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we have to make a driver swap because one of our LM-P2 drivers has to jump off.
Essentially.
So I won't be with you that much longer.
Well, we got another hour at least.
Yeah.
It's going to be coming into like 2 a.m. Considering it is coming up to 22:01 in the night here in England. So it's what, like 22 for you in Germany?
Again, please? I didn't understand.
So it's about what, 22 in the night for you in Germany?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's 22 local time at Spa. Yeah, gaps are kind of stabilising now. Licton's put a lap on him and Pastore, but I believe that's just the out of sync pit stops. I believe that'll shorten up soon enough.
With even less cars now, I think the
Rookie
chances
Monsters,
for 80 is getting less.
481 is into the pits. They're currently driving the default Swift Triangle 36. When they've come into the pits, they drop down to P9, so 753 PSB gets a place. As we look with the Barling Motorsport, and then back to Mugen number 88 that's in the pits. Martin Militai is still at the wheel of that, it looks.
I think he just got it last stint.
Yeah, so he'll be going for probably another hour or so. One more stints after this. As we ride with Lucas Licton in the number 7. What do you think about the inter-car in GT3, the car differences? Because I say it's kind of flipped on its head here as to what we'd normally expect.
Like, compared to Le Mans, where the 650S McLaren was just overpowered. Like,
because it's normally that, namely comparing the Ferrari and the BMW, because that's the biggest between car battle we've seen this race.
Yeah,
it's normally
they were
the
pretty similar so
BMW is a lot quicker in the corners, but a lot slower on the straights in normal times, and the Ferrari's a rocket ship down the straights, but not so great in slow corners.
yeah.
But it's kind of been the opposite here from what I've seen. I don't know whether that's just set up between the two cars. We can say they're drastically different. But from what I've seen between the Iris and the Shauna Lacey car, that the Ferrari has been struggling to keep up with the BMW on the straights.
Yeah, but I think they were just a bit cruising as well there.
I mean, they weren't giving it too much left on the table. I mean, they were hitting the curbs every single lap, which probably wasn't helping them, to be honest. There's the Bodley Motorsport Ferrari has a bit of a twitch going through Blanchimont there, and that's behind the Iris car.
That was quite close.
Bit of a twitch on exit.
Oh, the number 7 driver stopped now. 30 minutes in.
Ready, Roman into the number 7 with the 1 minute pit stop. As you can see, gap currently probably going to come out about 50 seconds between him and Pastore, I'd assume.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, about that. Seems to be dropping a lot.
The pit lane is so long in this track.
Yeah, the endurance pit lane really it makes drive-throughs hurt as well. It makes drive-throughs hurt a lot more as well, because you lose 30, 40 seconds.
So I kept telling my guys, come on guys, don't get cut tracks, please.
As we see, Ferdy Roman still running through the pit lane here. So that's Christopher Klianek in the number 21 Mugen coming into the pits. Marty Varga in P2 of LM-P2 right now. Gap currently 64.4 seconds. And yes, the gap between Pastore and Roman was about 40 seconds once Roman got back on track. I guess the hope is Roman needs to warm up to the track quickly. Otherwise, Pastore is going to use his knowledge of the current track conditions to really close that up.
The thing with 30 women is, after this race, he's another race.
Yeah, well, there we go.
But also at Spa, but in a GTE.
I mean, there's not too much difference, just learn to rely on ABS less.
Well, it's a Ferrari.
Well, there we go. He's going to go backwards, isn't he? He's going to Spinella.
I mean, it's a Ferrari, it's a sweet box.
It's a Ferrari. You can't say that.
I love that scene so much. It's iconic. It still works to this day. Especially last year in F1.
No, and this year, to be honest, the Ferrari hasn't been that much better.
Been better than last year, but yeah.
I mean, only just, really. It's still been a midfield car.
Well, last season it was barely a midfield car, man.
I think they didn't expect McLaren to make as big of a jump as they did with the Mercedes engine.
True.
Considering that all their development tokens went onto that engine swap. Other than that, it is just the 2020
penalty
car.
for Christian Klianek.
Oh, there we go. There's a drive-through for probably cut tracks, because again, I haven't done anything.
I think, speaking of pit lane, he was just in the pits.
I had no reports. Oh, there we go. If he's sped in the pit lane, then that's his problem, isn't it? So
that's a stop and go, I know that.
Yeah.
Our 77 had it before as well. It was gonna hurt him a lot.
F1 pit exit and disengage the pit limiter. That's quite an F.
Oof, that hurts. but I mean, it's late, so it can happen.
Yeah.
All the teams that have American drivers or Australian drivers are lucky.
Hey, we were ready with Alton. We had Lackey in the night shift.
And
this is the day for him. And then Lackey happened.
I was like, when I saw him join the car, okay, let's hope he does better than last time. Ah, shit, he spun already.
He's usually alright. I think
Yeah,
he
I
had a
think he has
weird
after
disconnect. That
issues.
was the issue. Yeah.
Alex told me after issues, so
It's a shame because I know how much effort he put into getting ready for this race. So he wanted to prove a point after Laguna Seca.
maybe he can do better next season. If he tries next season, of course.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, we have some rough ideas as to what season 3 will look like. We still need to finalize everything, but for the most part, we've got some stuff planned.
I mean, he was my teammate in the one ARL race.
Mm.
So I like riding with him, so it's unfortunate to see him struggle this hard with his
Yeah, he's a
hardware.
good guy. I'm going to double check the chats everyone's having right now. There's nothing super spicy going on in the chat, as no one said anything. For the 9 people currently watching, thank you very much for being up at this hour watching us absolute crap at this hour, trying to keep you entertained and trying to follow the race. You see a name I literally cannot pronounce in the PSP 753. I'm not even going to try.
Let me try at least. Shabolt Elderly.
As we quit.
I hope it was
Connie
nearly
Bell. We can
right.
pronounce that. Maybe someone from PSP who's watching the stream can tell us how to pronounce that.
Or any Hungarian.
Mugen moment.
I mean, half the few's Hungarian. Even we have Hungarians, come on. Looking at the field. P2, P4, P5, and then P2. I think P7 as well.
Well, I'm going to take a quick, 10-minute water break, so...
I'll try to
the same.
keep the guys entertained.
Yeah, keep it entertained. Service announcement. If anyone crashes at this point, I'm going to be very angry.
Oh, I hope not. Oof. Mechanic overtaking the PSP car? No, he backs off. Now he gets it done. Four left behind the next car, which is the reading in car of Fabian Ballet. Meanwhile, GT3 Pastore is able to slowly close in the gap to Riemann. So we could see a battle for P1 soon, like half an hour, 1 hour-ish or more. Also, the Rookie Monsters #1 is close. Not that far behind the double eight of Mugen. We're also happy to see something happening there soon. Also, the 77 is catching the 93 of Giepfried. I hope that was right. Here we have Fabian Ballet. I think he lost some time. He was on the same lap with the cars ahead of him, but now he's a lap down. Maybe they hadn't pit yet. Maybe he's still to pit. Peter Schunemann pretty much doing this race at this point. 5 laps to the next car, 1 to the car behind. Ruben Giepfried getting chased out by Diego Moscato. Oh, Metrago's in the pits. That extends the lead of Valley even more. Golden Juice in the pits as well. Here we have Stanley Caulfield, who's 30 seconds behind the double eight of Mugen. The name, I tried to pronounce this earlier, but I think I'm wrong with that, so I don't know. The PSP car, 4 laps to the next car. Need some luck to get positions up. Oh, Fabian Bell is DNF'd. What happened there? Oh, I hope that's... Oh, that's bad. I hope Chris comes back soon so we have an answer to that. Let me ask in our Discord server real quick. Oh, I just been informed by the team manager Tom Dillon that he had a disconnect. Oh, that's pain. Sorry for you guys. You did a good race so far. I hope you can rejoin still in P3. Otherwise, that will just be unfortunate for you guys because you deserve that P3. At least a podium. Here we are with Oliver Parikian. I hope that was right. Lapping another GT3 to Porsche of Ruben Giepfried. Still, choosing a Porsche. Respect to that. One of the cars we decided not to pick at all. No chance. We have Connie Bell. Right behind the John Lazy esports car of Giuseppe Pastore. Who just lost time, I noticed, to Riemann. About 7-8 seconds. Peter Schoenemann in the second Rainer Wand car. Unfortunately, the other car, the sister car, retired early on the race due to an engine failure from a crash. Sea of headlights on the Cannon straight. As we spoke of Chris early in the race, this track is pretty dark for an endurance race. For an endurance track, sorry. Even wants a bit white. Look at the Emilios in the pits, just leaving the pits now I think. Connie Bell in the pits. Fabian Bella is back. We had 24 starters and only 8 of them retired. We had worse records than that. A pretty normal record for 52, so that's good. Oh, the Porsche Fruit and GT3s on the pits. That's gonna help Moscato a lot. And me. There we have our cursed leader. Or how we call in the team, the fanboy mobile. There we have it. Fabian Bell is now 2 laps down on the leaders. Or could be close to losing even P3. Knowing after the 2 he will lose another lap just because doing his out lap. But that's really unfortunate for them. I hope I'm wrong, but past experience proved me right. Unfortunately. Yeah, we have our leader on the LM-P2. Look at the Emilio. Emilio? I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I'm not Italian. We have made driver the last car with the Valley car on the leading lap. He lost some time to the Valley car. But I guess that's more down to just the average speed of look at the Emilio. He's a very fast driver. And Matt Wagner is normally a GT driver, so... There we have it, 5 battles another lap, but he's still... Oh! Oh! Peter Schunemann spun and cost 5 battles spin as well. Ah! I hope both came out without any issues on their car. Both still have the rear-wing, that's good. Don't seem like crabbing. Yeah, he looks fine, that's good. So yeah, fine better. He lost a longer lap, but he's still a lap ahead of Christopher Kianek and Roland Schust. And Connie Bell. Oh, never mind. It's only against Christopher Kianek. I got the timing sheet wrong here. Yeah, it looks like Giuseppe Pastore is not able to catch Fernie Riemann. The gap still around 42, 43, 44 seconds. And I've been asked by Nicola Pastore, the brother of Giuseppe, to tell Fernie Riemann to slow down since he's one of my drivers. Sorry, Nico, I won't do that. Sam will tell him to go faster. Technical lap times. Yeah, 30 is a bit quicker. Actually, he's the quickest GT3 on track right now. Quickest LM-P2 right now is our leader, Luca Di Emilio, with a 2-minute 1.2, which is impressive. Oh, Peter Schumacher's in the pits. From a spin, maybe he shot his tires with that, or maybe scheduled. I hope Chris returns soon because I have to go soon. Oh, that was an interesting line by Giuseppe. Around the outside. Oh, goes off track, Parakian. Stops. Was weird. Peter Schumann gives the car to Marco. It's Marco Valencia? Please prove me wrong if that's wrong. Looks like Mate Runner is slowly catching Luca Di Emilio now. But she's on fresher tires, I think, so that will make sense. Martin Mills catch a lot of time to Valencia because of the pit stop. This could be an interesting 5 P3 soon. Which for me, as the owner of Iris, is bad. But may the best win today. Hopefully is able to keep the gap to Middleton as well. Don't count him out yet. For a podium position. A little team battle of strategy between the number 7 and number 314 in the chat. So the Pastor is losing time to Riemann again. Although to be fair, Riemann just pitted like 5 seconds ago. Pastori is still into pit yet. Yeah, not much is going on right now. Gaps are pretty stabilizing for all cars. Yeah, pretty boring right now, but expected in the graveyard stints. It's late, people are tired. They won't go into much battle. They won't push too hard. I think Varga struggling, losing a lot of time to Emilio. Number 90 Valley could get P3 in the standings today. If the Mugen number 20 finishes, I think 6th or lower, no, 7th. I think they have to finish 7th or lower. Oh my god. That was... I don't know whose fault that was. Maybe the 77. I'm not sure if he was already alongside. That was a big hit. Yeah, both cars got no damage from that though. Well, they did, but nothing that affects them really badly. We have Kofi in the pits. Rookie Monster's car. Here we have Giuseppe Pastore. 48 seconds behind 30 Riemann. I hope Chris didn't fall asleep. That would be a big problem, because the commentator and the race steward for the race right now. And humans have without a steward? Not a great idea. We had that last season already. Felix Neuberger takes over from... I forgot who was driving, so sorry for that. Takes over the Rookie Monster's car. Okay, Chris, you need to come back soon. I gotta switch my car. Get in my car soon. Ricky in the pits. Looks like a scheduled pit stop. Here we have, again, elderly. I hope that was right. Running in P8. laps down on the next car. About a minute and a half ahead of the next car. Of the car behind. Yeah, like in a mix of cars behind Connie Bell, who's lapped, so should get wave blue flags that. Diego Moscato, who just had a moment with the one of the LM-P2s. Moscato crashed. Oh, yes, lost the rear wing. Yep. That's bad. We need to get correlated, right? Can't count that, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately to go. Get in that car that just crashed. I hope Chris comes back soon. So yeah, see where he won. Oof. Yeah, just keep going for a bit. I'm joining now. Just keep going for a bit. I'm coming now. Yeah. Yeah, we have a Stewart. Chris is AFK. Well, I won't be catching him, so don't worry. Man, why do you crash even? SMH. If you turn right, go left! The 88? There's only one GT3. Ah. We don't care about those. You have to drive again, you know that, right? I'm not actually I'm not sure. No. Since I'm taking turn stints. The robot is still doing his warning stints. No, you don't need to take a stint really. Maybe my stint will turn at like 10 AM, but only if you would want to. My time, of course. Your time, I have no idea. Like, oh, yeah, sounds good or no? Doesn't it? You can swap whenever you can hit when I'm coming. You don't need to. I'm here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the EERC 24 Hours of Spa. We return just as we see quite a major development in the LM-P2 category as Mark Varga has disconnected, and the number 87 car that was running really solidly in P2 is out as we see the PSB 753 finding the wall again. They're really struggling this race. It's kind of a shame to see, to be honest. So it look like they've got that going again. As it looks like another dead car. There we go. That's Felix Nürberger in the Bottling Motorsport car. That looks like a substantial accident. If he's managed his way there, he might have also had a disconnect. You'll have a quick. Yeah, it looks like he's disconnected as well. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he's looking back on my own personal replay. He looked like he disconnected as well. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, he can get back in the race. Big thank you for people who are still here at this hour watching. The 13 of you, I do appreciate it. We're just coming up to half distance now, so with 12 hours and 22 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. So yeah, we're definitely here. So just coming up to half distance. Now we've got Luca D'Amelio in the valet number 90 in P1 for LM-P2. Then we do currently, it's still Mark Varga in P2, but that's going to be taken over very soon by Fabian Boll in the number 72 reading game. Then we're going to have the number 20 Mugen rounding out the podium for LM-P2. In LM-P1, it's still the Giovanna Iris number 7 in P1. That's piloted by Ferdi Roman. Then we have Nicola Pastore in the 314 John Lacey Esports Academy car. And then finally, to round out the podium, Mario Valencia in the 445, who you're catching on screen now. In P4, there we have Martin Militai still doing enough to keep his championship hopes alive. We see Mario Valencia just being lapped by one of the P2s there. Looks like it's the reading game car, but we'll get a better look here. And we won't get up to the Porsche of the number 93 Royal Racing Bravo. See what they're up to. Just going through Malmedy now. Well, it looks like they're still within the same lap as P5, so maybe possible they're back in the pits. So P5, that's the Bottling Motorsport and the number 1 Ferrari. Felix Nürberger, and that looks like he's got back in the race. So that's put Ruben Gipfried on the same lap as him, 100-second gap. Initially, the closest gap was the gap between Ruben Gipfried and Diogo Moscato, currently 42 seconds, as we're seeing Luca D'Amelio, your race leader, just coming through if path into Stavolo. Looks like he's got a bit of traffic to deal with, the Mugens, the Rookie Monsters, and the Porsche. As we ride along with Oliver Paracan into the points racing 46 entry. It's not been a particularly brilliant run for them, but they're still here, and we've got to commend them for that. They've made it nearly halfway through the race, and in a 24-hour race, just finishing is an achievement in itself. So definitely, I want to commend them there. If you have any interesting topics you want to discuss, put them in the chat. We'll need some decent discussion here going into the night shift, the graveyard shift. Big thank you for the people who have liked the stream. If you are still watching and you haven't liked, please do give us a like. It helps our reach a lot means that we can provide this racing to more people, and quite honestly, that's all we ever want to do here. So, as Fabian Ball has got past Mark Varga in the 72 reading game, so he is now officially P2, 6 laps down on the leader. As we cut back on board with Ruben Gifried in the Porsche, looks like he's having a bit of a battle with the rookie monsters McLaren there. Also, the Mugen getting involved. Looks like this might be a bit of an on-track battle. It's good to see because officially they both have to get out of the way of the 88, but the 93 doesn't have to get out of the way of the rookie monsters because it's ahead. As we ride on board with Connie Bell here in the 86, looks like they had the now sole remaining LM-P2 here after the 87's misfortune. P6 currently 2 laps behind Kianek and 2 laps ahead of Farrakhan. So as we ride on board with the leader of GT3, Ferdy Roman, doing everything he can to hope that he can win the GT3 championship. Right now, it looks like the 88's doing enough to keep that secure, but there's still 12 hours to go. Anything can happen to any of these people. All it takes is one disconnect or one lapse of judgment here, especially as we head into the night. And all that's going to happen is there's going to be quite a lot of drama. As there's Mario Valencia in the 445 Final Bond Racing McLaren. Just heading forward out of Malvady into this corner and then onto X and through Sector 2. Roland Zux, P3, officially now. 1 lap away from Fabian Ball after their 2-lap penalty. In the Mugen number 20, just heading through Blanchimont now up to the bus stop. That's the Mugen 88, and so clearly didn't want to deal with that battle between the 93 and the number 36. It's officially the 481. Christopher Kianek there, the number 21 Mugen. As we have your class leaders there, Luca Di Emilia and Fugaman. That's the Rookie Monsters car now in the pits. He clearly also didn't want to deal with the Porsche, so looks like the McLarens are coming through to their stop now compared to the Porsches and the Ferrari and the BMW. They all should be balanced in performance. They do about the same pace, but with all the code 80s we've had and all that, definitely the pits are completely out the window. If you had a plan to stop, it's out the window completely. But that's the beauty of endurance racing and these races, that you can have so many plans in the world, but all that matters is, like, despite this being a 24-hour race, all that matters is the next 10 minutes, the next 20 minutes. You need to just keep getting through that, and eventually the hours will tick by and you'll get through. Riding on board through Blanchimont, complete tiny little lift for Oliver Paracam there in the 46 into the points racing car. Braking hard into the bus stop. Catching the curb, catching the second curb. Runs it out a bit wide over the exit curb there, but on his way now down towards La Source. Only P7 and last in class, but they've had their fair share of issues, that car, so I think they can still be pretty happy with this. Or 5 Mario Valencia here, just going through towards X corner now, dropping down the hill. You have all that big scare of Eau Rouge and Radion. They climb up the hill and then you just immediately drop back down. As he's getting some LM-P2 traffic behind him coming through, because that's the race leader in GT3, Ferdy Roman, into the pits. There's a bit of contact there between the Paul Street Boys car and the McLaren 720S. That's the number 36. It's actually the 481 Rookie Monsters car. And I have a bit of a battle here. Bence is behind him, really should be letting him through. We got the LM-P2 there, just getting through. Going a bit wide on exit as they're side by side here. Bit of racing here, despite it being off of position. Looks like Benz has stayed ahead, but the 720S is going to have a look on the inside. Stays behind for now. I don't think the two cars will have appreciated the little bump there. Benz still keeping ahead through Stavolo, so it's up to the Rookie Monsters 481 and the 720S to be able to get the run on the 650S here. Beauty of having both of the McLarens on is that you can really see that, like, despite them being the same manufacturer and using a lot of the same parts, they all ultimately build up to a different kind of car. Looks like the 650S is just having the run on the straights right now. The 720S, not a particularly quick car in a straight line, and not particularly suited for Spa. The 720S doesn't particularly like long sweeping corners and straights, so it's unfortunate. Very much a BMW or Ferrari track here, and we're seeing this in the results with BMW leading and Ferrari in second. Saying that, we do have Mario Valencia after keeping out of trouble in the 720S in third, so maybe I'm talking absolute crap, who knows. There's Oliver Paracan in the pits, Christopher Kianek as well. And the number 21 Mugen braking hard into the bus stop. Looks like being a bit of lag there, unfortunately. I'm not sure whether that's me or Discord. Hopefully it's just me. So Connie Bell now in the number 86 Iris Orica LM-P2 car coming through Blanchimont. Is they flat? They are flat. There we are. So it can be done. That's Diogo in the pits and the number 77 Iris. I think just stopping a bit before his box and needing to be moved forward there, unfortunately, but he's still going, can't complain. He's still going. As we have this race again between the Rookie Monster 720S and the Paul Street Boys 650S, they're back on it. This isn't going to be easy. I mean, the Paul Street Boys, this is for position, so definitely. So no blue flags or anything here. Someone's died, it looks like. Yeah, Benz Boros has had a spin, it looks like, there after that, so we'll try and get a quick replay on that. Maybe, if we're lucky. Hey, well, look. Doing all right. Okay, right. Well, I've never used this replay function before, so that seems completely pointless. We can definitely look into getting that correct. The overlay page so that it's all correct. I don't want to see a replay, unfortunately. Oh, I've completely broke it. I've broken it, panic. Go to live feed. There we go. I fixed it, there we go. Oh, there we are, we are back. So we're still now with the Royal Racing Bravo Porsche. I've said this many times, I'm going to say it again, I do not want to be in that car with them. Deal with that Porsche around here for 24 hours, it just seems... Every time I've driven it, oh, a bit of weaving there from the Royal Racing Bravo, and the LM-P2 really didn't know where to go. So that's Ferdinand Man back out into the lead, still 70-second lead to ninth and healthy lead for them. I think the 314 might have dropped off the pace a bit. Obviously, it's a bit unfortunate because we want to see the races, but it looks like the 21 is only 17 seconds behind its sister car. So we might be starting to see some issues there, maybe a bit of team orders at play in order to secure the championship. As currently, I believe the number 20 is in a position that it would get P2 in the championship of LM-P2. So I believe so, yes, because Diak Hackers unfortunately isn't here. So the only be 21 points ahead. P2 would be enough to secure. P3 would probably be enough to secure P2 in the championship. Yeah, because it's 23 points for P3 in the race on 24-hour races. There's Mario Valencia in the 720S, the golf liveried, but not really 720S. Running through rally on there onto the Camel Straight. Oh, so he's been plodding along really. He's just been minding his own business, keeping out of trouble where possible, and seems to be working for them because they're on the podium again. Their car sporting the names of everyone who's driven in Fine Avant this season and their accolades. So the race winning Mugello and a podium again in Laguna Seca. So there's P4, the number 21, LMP2 champions elect. Just overtaking the McLaren 650S there. What looks like the Paul Street. That's in P9. So yeah, that's the Paul Street boys. 753 650S. Honeybell in the number 86 Iris. We come back to what looks like the 445 DNF'd. Unsure what really happened. I was going to get a quick bottle of water to try and keep me awake, but yeah, the 445 looks like it's disconnected or something. I haven't seen anything in the Discord that would explain what's happened. That's unfortunate, I believe. Maybe we'll hear back from them soon about maybe getting a reconnect, but for now it looks like the 445 is out of the race, which promotes Nicola Pastore into P2. He was there already, but it promotes the number 88 onto the podium. I remember saying earlier that the podium definitely wasn't out of the question for the number 88, but obviously these kind of things can still happen to the number 88 here. We've just crossed over the halfway mark, so definitely not finished yet. Obviously, it's going to promote Ruben Giefried onto P4, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a battle here between P4 and P5 net. Ruben Giefried and Felix Nürburger in the Royal Racing Bravo Porsche and the Bottling Motorsport Ferrari. If you are still watching, thank you for staying with us. I've seen a message saying, is everyone asleep? No, we're still wide awake here, just a break as well. Christopher Kienek in the number 21 Mugen takes a quick pit stop, it looks like. As the number 93 Porsche comes in, so that's going to mean that Felix Nürburg is going to inherit the net P4 as they overtake Mario Valencia as he ran on board with Oliver Parakan in the number 46 into the points racing car. They're very twitchy there on the entrance to Piff Path and a bit twitchy on the exit as well. Not as smooth as you'd expect. There we go, look, pretty much every corner he's having to saw at the wheel at the end to try and keep the car pointing roughly in the right direction. But all that does is cost you lap time, and when you're doing hundreds upon hundreds of laps, that's going to add up to a lot over the time. So as he goes through Blanchimont now, we go back off board. Now he cuts to the leader, Luca Di Emilia, and then immediately to a stop car in the pit lane, such as how the auto responder works. If you are watching and you haven't smashed the like button, then please do. We're going to influence you a bit there. We move now with Luca Di Emilio again heading up through Eau Rouge and Rabion, trying to keep as far away from the inside curve there as possible. Does touch it, but that's quite a risky move. You want to get quite close to it to get the best line, but you don't want to touch it because you cause the car to become unstable, which with the LM-P2s is quite a big issue because they're sprung so hard. It's almost a guaranteed sort of spin. So if you hit it, you give it a good whack, it's guaranteed to make you lose the car up the hill. As we see the GT3s. The GT3s can ride it a bit more because they're a bit softer sprung and more reliant on mechanical grip than the aero of the LMP2. There's Ben Sporos in the Wall Street Boys 753. I've seen the team in the chat. Big thank you for sticking with us. As that's Fabian Ball in the number 72 reading game completing his stop. They've just kind of quietly snuck up into this P2 and protecting it from everyone else. The number 21 LM-P2 champion-elect for Season 2. Just coming down into Les Combes. About 140 seconds between him and the number 20, but I imagine they probably don't want them to get too racy. I'm sure there'll be some pride, but it's kind of imperative that the number 20 stays in D3 just to really secure the second spot in that championship. As we ride back on board with Benz. Only last in GT3. But again, they've had their fair share of issues this race. Quite a lot of spins, bit of contact, some damage, missing rear wings. So maybe 28 seconds off the next car. I think they can be somewhat proud of that achievement. Connie Bell, P5 in the number 86 Iris. The sole remaining Iris after we lost the number 87 earlier on.
Post allow car into bus stop.
And hello, viewers of EERC Endurance Championship, watching the 24 Hours of Spa EV500 coming back here much earlier than anticipated. As we are looking here at the beautiful Spa-Francorchamps at nighttime on your screen, Christopher Kayunke. Currently in P5, and he almost loses it coming into the pit lane in that LM-P2, but he is coming in to service his car. He's 8 laps down to the leader, 1 lap down to the next person in front of him, which is Emily Callison, who is 3 laps down to the leader. So we're seeing the LM-P2 field coming on in. Robert Strachan coming on in as well. Rory McDuff currently in the lead of the GT3 field in that BMW. Kind of a good day, good night for racing. It looks very nice at one of the most beautiful tracks in the entire world, in my opinion. Sophia Jones in P2, currently 2 laps down to the LM-P2 leader. But this is an opportunity to gain maybe some time back. Aldelay currently in P5. In P6, excuse me, in the GT3 field. Driving a McLaren. Coming into the bus stop now. He is currently 1 lap down to the lead. No, to the person in front of him. Whereas you see on there, the Daniel Coyfield, currently in P3, the pit timer's kind of legit. It says 37 minutes for his pit stop. Cannot confirm nor deny this as this is happening. But I hope everyone is having a good evening, good morning, and or a good night so far. As we are watching, we have 9 hours, 10 minutes to go in this race. So going through now, it looks like Chris Gitzoff is now in the car for the number 90 team. There's now P6 on your screen of the LM-P2. It's Andrea Van Sand. Just driving through traffic right now as we have had more DNFs now coming in the 8th place of Pastori, who was in the lead at one point of this race. And then Mario Valencia currently out of the race with the Find Around Motorsports team. But there's the leader of the GT3 field, Rory McDuff. Currently with the BMW Iris Giovanni Iris Automation or Iris Automation team. I will take you here through the next couple of hours here, as I saw nobody in the commentary chat, and I was available at Ready's notice. I just walked home from my other job, the company that I operate. For a lot of the guys who commentate, they are currently probably sleeping. So, as it is only 9:52 p.m. where I am at in the United States. Zoltan Varconi in second place, obviously, and a few laps down to the leader. To the LM-P leader, and only 2 laps down to the man in front of him, MacDuff. And now we have Zoltan going off there by Puan. It's always so cool to see this track at night. It's one of my favorite tracks of all time. So seeing it at night is always a pleasure to see it happen. Jonathan Jones, currently P6 of the LM-P2 field. He is coming up through the Lacombe chicane and is navigating that quite nicely before making his descent down the hill. Currently 3 laps down to the man in front of him. Zabalis Elderlai currently just trying to find maybe that extra lap of pace. In P6 right now, looking for P5. Takes a little bit too much curb. Ooh, gets a little bit squabbly coming up through the Lacombe chicane, and now can't eat too much of the curb, especially in the McLaren. That is something you cannot do. There's Sophie Jones, P2 currently, 1 lap down to the class leader. Currently. We've done 394 laps here at Spa-Francorchamps. Quite a few laps in the books. With over 14 hours of racing, almost close to over 14 hours, hitting that 15-hour mark. And this is when the endurance part of this really starts to kick in. This is where this will make or break teams, as we saw earlier this morning, or at the beginning of the race, not this morning, in the afternoon for most of you, in the evening. It was quite the blunder. Lots of accidents happening, lots of code 80s also happening at the same time. So lots of action happening in the early stages of this race, and now here we are with a completely different field than when I left it to go to my job here. But I am sitting here. If you're watching along, I will take your questions in chat. I got chat up. I'd love to hear from fans of EERC, of the EERC community, as this is the final race of the Endurance Championship of this season. And this has been a great season to watch. I only joined about couple of races ago as a commentator, and it's been exciting to watch these drivers really go at it here. And gets off currently just trying his best just to hold on to lead. There's Zoltan Varconi going down the hill and getting ready to go through Eau Rouge and Radion. Does a nice job navigating that. Gets a little bit over the curb, a little bit too much, but doesn't get squabbly on the exit as he now heads down the Camel Straight. And I hope everyone is having a good evening. I know I am for sure. I'm gonna turn myself down a bit here for everybody. I was getting a little distorted there. I turned on the stream to make sure audio was coming through. Let's see. I hope this is helping. There we go. That should be better. But here we go. Elder Lai coming through the first turn. And now Sophia Jones coming into the pits as well here as coming in from P2. And so is Arthur, is it Zakuli? Is it Cooley? Is that how we're saying it? That's Red Lion, actually. Thank you, Alex. Hope you're having a good day so far. David is it Kolos? I can't remember his name, how to pronounce his name. Some of these names, I wish Ed was here to help out with some of this. But David Colosi is now getting behind the slipstream. Oh, and he gets a little bit loose going up the hill through Radion. He's not flashing his lights, but he was hindered there. That was kind of a scary moment there for our P5. Actually, he's racing. Was that Emily Callison that he was racing against? I could not tell because it is night. It's hard to see some of these numbers. No, it was not, because Callison just came across the start-finish line to start another lap. Oh, Radeon. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I can't read chat when I'm looking really classic. That's Radillion. Actually, yeah, sure it is. Radeon, thank you very much. Okay. Don't ask why the Alton is 120 laps down from the GT3 leader. By the way, long story. I kind of want to know now what happened. Now there's a yellow flag in Sector 2. Who is that? That's Chris Davis in the Ferrari. Currently trying to figure out how to get out of this spot in this position as Emily Callison and then LM-P2 passes him. The last driver in that car that you're talking about was Kevin Weichers. So I don't know what had happened prior. 10 hours, 12 hours, 11 hours that I haven't been here. But something must have happened. They were not able to continue on here because they are still in the pits. The GT3 field only has a few members in it now, as a lot of them have had to call it a night and hang up the towel as we continue on here at the EERC Endurance Championship 24 hours of the Spa-Francorchamps. And we want to thank, of course, Sadler Computers for hosting the R Factor 2 server and their support through the championship this year. And, of course, Grid Finder, who has been very, very helpful with the recruitment process of finding teams. Head over to grid-finder.com. Start your sim racing career today. You can find hundreds of leagues on there, including this one. I know of a few others I'm a part of. I'm in one other. I competitively race in another league in iRacing, in ACC, in Assetto Corsa. And then, of course, the EERC, me in that R Factor 2 league, which I still have to give my hand a shot at. I've been told that it has the best force feedback of any other racing sim out there, so I'll have to give it a try sometime. If I like it, I'll definitely have to invest in some packs. But Zoltan Varconi, currently in the 88, number 2. In P2, excuse me. And the Mugen Sim Racing number 88. These guys are having a great race. They had some struggles at first, and now they've made their way back up to the field, through the field now, and are currently trying to potentially maybe even take the win here, depending on what happens in the next 8 hours and 55 minutes. Jonathan Jones. Man, I have not said his name much this morning, much in the other races. Emily Callison into as well. Currently in P4. So Emily Callison will come out of the pits now and go down this very long pit lane. Has to make the turn to go down past the F1 exit, and we'll head to the GT. Basically, the Endurance or GT3 entrance goes up and exits out on the Camel Straight. Seems like I haven't missed really much here in this race. I've missed quite a bit actually. David Coinfield is still in the pits. It says it's glitching out, so I don't know if that can be fixed before nightfall ends. And now we have a yellow flag in Sector 2, and that's Chris Davis again in the Ferrari. But still has his wing intact, so that's a good sign. Roy McDuff comes into the pits now to make his pit stop, so we are going to start seeing the GT3 field trying to make their pit stops here. Chris Davis has quite a few laps to make up, as he has guys who did not finish, that his team was down on still. So every lap for this team really counts for position at this point, as he is currently in P10. Kolowski is now coming up through. Radeon does a nice job navigating through that with the LM-P2, currently P5. Trying to hunt down Emily Callison to get his lap back, as he is currently a lap down. And now Rory McDuff coming through the pit lane. He's going to make his egg completely over with. He is currently leading the GT3 field and the Iris Automation Racing Team in the number 7. They're having a good race here. Taking a look at the standings. Not quite even sure where we're at with points wise. Take a look here. Then in GT3, right now Mugen would win it over the Giovanni or Iris Automation number 7 team, unless something was to happen to Varconi. If Varconi or one of his teammates end up having an issue, that would leave basically a bunch of points up for grabs for Rory McDuff and his team. So they need to figure out what they got to do. Looking also in P3, we don't see the 888 out there currently. They had some major problems. The second Mugen team still out. Let me take a look. No, so P3 is also going to be potentially up for grabs. So who is closest to that? Elton, which is currently out, 120 laps down. Team Sheba is in 5th place. So they could be up for grabs. So let's take a look again. Let's see if Sheba's even in. I don't see them on here. I don't know. I think Chris still has a shot at the win. They just have to play the strategy right, but they have consistent speed. Now, which Chris are we talking about? Are we talking about Marconi here, or are we talking about the Iris team? Which team are we talking here? Because right now, as it stands, if this race were to end right now, the Mugen team, the Mugen 88 team, would take the GT3 championship. They just have to play their cards right. The 35. I mean, they're 37 laps down. I mean, anything could happen. Obviously, things have happened while I'm gone. 37 laps down to the leader of the race, which is Chris Gitstoff. I don't know how many laps down they are on the others, but they are slowly and surely trying to get those laps back. And there's Rory McDuff. He slides through. No name there. Well, excuse me, through the probably the slicker part of the course for a GT3 car. He just could not keep that car under control and almost went into the wall. And And just for those of you who are watching, I do not have this camera view. I won't have control for the entirety, so we're just going to have to rely on the auto director to give us basically any action happening on a track. But here's the best seat in the house for Spa-Francorchamps, the driver's seat of an LM-P2 car, as we rode along with Jonathan Jones. Italy. I can't even say his name right. That is one of the weirdest names I've ever seen. As an American, as a United States man here, I can admit that that name is probably one of the hardest names I have ever looked at and went, can I even attempt that name without hearing it first? No, I cannot. So we will find out his name later on. Zoltan Varconi, currently in P2 though, is currently 7 laps down to the man in front of him. Chris Davis now making up lap after lap here, after being 31 lap down. And there's another spin. That's Zakula here trying to reverse that car out of that McLaren out of there. Again, a lot of guys losing it in that portion of the track here this evening. But Emily Callison once again proving that this car can go fast and that they have the space, that they have the pace. This is going to be a nice finish for them if they remain in P4 as the 86 of the Giovanni Iris Automation team. The LM-P2 field. And we would like to thank everybody who has joined us here this evening and throughout the day. It's been a great race, I would say, for 24 hours of Spa. Ooh, and Jonathan Jones gets a little bit wide and now has to get away from this BMW, but that BMW did not let him by through the bus stop and basically held up the man trying just to race, just trying to drive and get to the end. That's really what this is about at this point for a lot of these drivers, is just getting to the end of their and handing the car off to somebody else to take it home, as we are hitting 8 hours 45 minutes 44 minutes here. So we'll see a few more driver swaps, but you almost want to do about an hour and a half in the car. From personal experience, we in driving an LM-P2 car in a 24-hour race, we would do basically a triple stint of 22 laps at the 24 hours at Daytona. I have 20, I think it was 21 laps or 30 laps, I can't remember. One of those drives, one of those blocks for me, for myself, I ended up doing a quintuple stint, 5 stints, which really puts the fatigue on you. You can really just start to lose your focus after a while, going around and around and around. Ended up wrecking the car on my last stint. I'm going to come in and pit for repairs. It was a very tiring point of the race because the iRacing 24 hours. That ass. Apologize. My cat was trying to climb on my desk. She's not allowed to do. Now she's being naughty. What are you doing? Daniel Coyfield in the Ferrari, currently in P3, 4 laps down to the person in front of him. David Kolosky, or Kolosky, or whatever. I'm tired too. I've had a long day. I've been up since 6:40 this morning, and currently the time is now 10:18 p.m. where I live. So it is starting to hit my bedtime here, but I am staying up to be with all of you. And make sure to hit that like button on the YouTube stream. And also hit that subscribe button as well. We would really appreciate all of that. And we want to thank all our subscribers here at the EERC official YouTube channel. Your support is always appreciated, and we thank you for that. Jonathan Jones, P6, 3 laps behind the leader. Well, 3 laps behind the man in front of him, and then 11 laps down to the leader, so he's trying to make up some ground as well. He's currently P6, last amongst the LM-P2 fields currently that are still on track. Gonna get the water bottle, miss. Fucking cat. I should have said that. My apologies for the language. This cat of mine is acting like she is the boss. And now there's Chris Davis back into the pits. He's currently 27 laps down. The person in front of him. So he's got a lot of ground to make up still, but he is making it up slowly but surely here. Gaining 2 places here. As long as he just keeps it on track and makes it to the end of the race, 408 laps have been completed. The cat is the boss. Not in this house. Not in this house. Now we're seeing a few glimpses of sunlight here at Spa. Hitting sunrise. Just see a little bit of light happening in the sky. Current temperature on track is 29 degrees. Ambient air 1 degree. Okay, not sure how that works, but R factor physics. But maybe with the daylight coming, this will make it a little bit more intense for some people. Because now we're seeing Gabor Havesi now only 33 seconds away from Sophia Jones. Or Sophie Jones. Yes, I have a cat. So I'll tell a story about this cat as we are just watching just cars go by and by and by and by and by. Like this cat, I think a year ago today. Check my memories on that. But almost a year ago, I found this cat in the alley of my parking lot of my alley. And I just remember I was sitting outside doing my thing. I hear this noise from across the way. And I knew our neighbors only had dogs. And I see this, and and leave it alone. And all of a sudden, I set up my computer, open up the window, because it was a beautiful, gorgeous day. And then I kept hearing it. And I got my roommate. I said, yo, we got to go check this out. And lo and behold, there was this kitty. Couldn't have been, she was about 4 months old when I found her. And she just really took to us. She took to me, and I tried to find her owner. And I ended up keeping her. And she's been my pet ever since. I'm a dog person. I'm not gonna lie. I am more of a dog lover, a dog person, than I am a cat person. My roommates have a cat as well. And we weren't sure how this was going to go. But now the cat is officially 1 year old. She turned 1 in July, August time. And the two cats somewhat get along. That she trained her to sleep with me in the bed. She's on my schedule. She knows when bedtime is. So, as we're now seeing pit stops happen again here, some pit cycles going through now. I think we're having a little bit of problems on the spectator side on my end. For those of you who are simply wondering what is happening. But it's getting back. It's just having probably just a little bit of a frame drop issue there. It's fine. Everything is fine. But yes, I rescued my cat. She is the cutest little thing you've ever seen. She comes to work with me. Well, used to before we decided to move our business into more of a home operation than a actual business, than a physical location. So that's a little bit about myself here as dawn is breaking. Here at the 24 hours. The EERC 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I am your host, commentator EV500. P5, the number 21, David Kolosky, or Kolosky. Looking, trying to get another lap back. There's Jonathan Jones, 3 laps back from the man he was chasing down. Then here is Sven Meister getting into the car. Where's Sven? In the GT3 Porsche Royal Racing. Bessie into the pits, gets off into the pits as well. I don't think we'll see many driver changes in the LM-P2 field, as I feel like we just had some driver changes not too long ago. But Zoltan Varconi still out in the car. He is trying to just keep it going here. He remains in this position. He will, and his team continues to stay in this position throughout the race and have no issues from here on out. They will claim their championship. A long-awaited championship here at EERC. But some driver swaps did happen in the GT3 field, now in the number 77. Tin Lawyer, now 54 seconds behind third place. Now with these pits starting to happen here, anything go. And now Chris Davis once again losing it again. And one of the he's already lost it once. And now we have a yellow in second one. Looks like Peter Lee makes a mistake up to Radion. Luckily, takes no one with him. He gets going again. Okay, thank you. Rory McDuff, currently the leader of the race of the GT3 field. He's going to have to get out of the way for some traffic coming through of the LM-P2s. Again, always for these GT3 cars, it's always keeping an eye on that rear view mirror, keeping an eye on that relative, making sure you are staying out of the way of the very fast prototypes. Look at the sun now. It's starting to come up here, so a lot of these guys are going to be very thankful to finally see sunlight once again. Seems like it's been quite a long time for them not seeing the sun. And now, oh, Chris gets up. He goes off as the leader of this race. No damage. Continues on. But any mistake like that will cost you the win here at Spa-Francorchamps. Kind of sad I missed Joshua Birch. Here we go. The sun is just slowly creeping up. Here this evening. As night turns in today for the sim. Oh, and Emily Callison kind of took a weird line through there, but looks like it did it just fine. So, usually most of these LMP2 cars, you don't want to take that corner like that, but I guess it works in our vector. I know for a fact if you were to try that in iRacing, you would definitely do a 180 in the car. 8 hours, 24 minutes to go before the checkered flag flies. And that is quite a long ways away. I will not be here for all of that, as we will have Joshua Birch and Ed back in the commentary box later this morning. Colossi not now just plugging along here, just having his own little drive, a Sunday morning drive at this point. And you're seeing Havesi now kind of close this gap between him and Sophie Jones. 148 seconds now between those two. And if you missed the early parts of this race, it was quite the intense race at the starting stages. Basically, Code 80s, Oprah was giving away Code 80s to everybody. Seemed like we had just so many guys and so many things go wrong. Now Chris goes off again. Oh my, oh my. Every time they do that, they're losing about 5 seconds. 5-6 seconds on pace. So they gotta keep this together with the remaining laps. I mean, we're gonna do well over 600 laps probably. 414 right now. Okay, whatever that was. Don't want to see that again. That's pretty dangerous to do going into Eau Rouge. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look at the Sunday schedule of racing. We have the FIA World Touring Car starting about 2 a.m. my time. For most of you, that will be happening during the morning hours, and during the day, the Bennett's British Superbikes races 2 and 3 happening as well, starting at here in a few hours. And then the World Touring Car Cup race 2 happening right after race 1, and then the pure ETCR race of France. That's happening in the morning as well. I actually might watch that depending if I'm still awake. Or if I'm even awake at that point. So that is what's happening. That's at least what I know of. Thank you to well, one of the websites that I subscribe to watch some of these races. You pardon me a moment, I gotta send a picture to my parents. And Toon Lawyer, now off track, heading down the hill. Looks like no problems though, no damage. But for myself, I will be right back, as I've been here for almost an hour. We're going to take a short break. And, oh no, there's Chris gets off again. He just goes completely wide through Blanchimont. And this is not good at all for the leader of this race. Now Sophie Jones in the pit lane. This is going to give them an opportunity to get out in front without losing a lap here to the leader potentially. This is huge. This is exactly what they're wanting, considering that they're only a lap down. But I will be back in just a few moments. I am returned here at the 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Adam Thompson joining you in the broadcast booth, aka EV500. You can follow me on my socials at EV500 Racing on Twitter, and of course EV500 on Twitch for sim racing content. It's not the best sim racing content you'll see, but it's at least content, is what I say. You can follow me for all my competitive league races there. 8 hours, 11 minutes to go here, as now dawn is officially upon us at Spa. I'll be with you for another hour before I decide to hit the sack for a few hours and get some sleep. Rory McDuff, currently the leader of the GT3 field. Sandro Van Sand. Ooh, Chris Davis into the wall. That time it did some damage, and now he is really struggling getting this car back going again. Chris Davis now officially into the pits after sustaining some heavy damage. He's only 16 laps down now to the man in front of him, which is Valencia, who is currently out of this race. Same with Pastore. So trying to just make up those positions. And oh no, now we have an LM-P2 car coming out of the bus stop chicane into the wall. Looks like everything is fine. That car might be drivable. Still, it looks like it. It's doing just fine. But Rory McDuff now in the GT3 class doing a great job just holding on to this. Felix Nurberger in third place now in that 0-1 Ferrari. Now, Gabber Havesi has closed the gap to 22 seconds. We need to keep our eyes on that. To Sophie Jones in the LM-P2s. That gap went from 50 seconds, was over 100 seconds at one point, has now dropped down to 22 seconds in just an hour. So good job by Gabber Havesi to really find that pace in that car. Currently just doing 2-minute lap times, 2:07, almost a second faster, 0.8 faster than Sophie Jones on their best. And was 2 seconds on their faster on their last lap time with a 2:02.8, and Sophie Jones with a 2:04.1. But we don't have any really hardcore battles happening. As expected with a lot of these endurance races, you're going to see these cars just really start, everything pretty much spreads out, and it's kind of just up to strategic calls and strategy calls to get positions. There's Varconi. Apparently still 7 laps down to McDuff. Eight hours, 5 minutes to go on this beautiful Spa-Francorchamps track. As we are seeing more and more guys, as more and more of the sunlight comes out, more of these drivers are relieved now to see some of this sun. A very long night stint, I will say. Looking at this Porsche, and one of the things about the Porsche, I mean, I'm very impressed. They're currently in P7. They've been doing a good job keeping this car on track, considering that it is a Porsche at Spa, and like Chris Tompkins and Ed said earlier, you wouldn't want to do 24 minutes of Spa, let alone a 24-hour race in that car. Very difficult car to drive on this track because it does basically rev out on the straights with how fast this track is and how long you are pretty much on the throttle here. But they're doing a good job keeping that car going. It does have really good grip through some of the slower corners, so that's really Saw a little squabble there from an LMP2. I couldn't remember who that was. As they were coming down the descent down the hill. So kind of interesting. Now we have officially passed the 8-hour mark. Here we have done basically 2/3 of this race. Is now complete. We have passed the halfway mark at the 12-hour mark, and now we are basically on the road to ending this race here. And there we go. Sandro Van Sand makes a mistake in the no-name corner and slides, almost got taken out by another car. And that, we don't have a race control right now. Call some code 80s, but I did see a penalty come on in for Emily Callisant for track limits. Now Gabor Havesi, 16 seconds to Sophie Jones. They are putting in the lap times here. When their last lap was a 2:03.3, but Sophie Jones was a 2:03.2. So obviously, we're going to see a little bit of a battle start to form here in the next couple of laps. 426 laps completed here at EERC. 24 hours of Spa. Like I said, we'll be with the broadcast here for at least another hour before I have to call it a night here. And now we're seeing, again, more pit stops starting to happen. There's Zoltan Varconi coming into the pits. Gets that pit limiter on in that McLaren. In the 650S, not the 720S. Kind of interesting to see the different types of cars, especially in the McLaren, when it comes to the McLarens, to decide, who picks the 650 and who picked the 720 between those two. So it's kind of interesting. There's Rory McDuff, still leading the GT3 field, doing a great job. Just has to keep it straight. That's all he's got to do. That's all the team has to do. Keep it straight. They won't win the championship, sadly, but they're securing their spot in P2. Unless something happens to the Mugen Sim Racing 88 team, which might hinder them, which, knock on wood, we wish nothing bad on these drivers, especially the ones who are fighting for this championship. They've been doing a great job here. And just keeping it on track, not getting into any accidents. And just keeping it going here. Another hour. I can go to bed for 4 hours and wake up for TI finals. Gabor Havesi was 4/10 up on the pace of Sophie Jones in the LMP2 field. With a 33.0, Sophie Jones with a 33.4. So that battle is going to get close. And it's a battle I don't think we're going to miss, though. Hopefully not, as long as the auto director stays on it. But it's been very surprising to see this BMW do so well here today. You know, a lot of people would not opt for a BMW. Majority of the time, they would say, give me the McLaren, give me a Ferrari, give me a Mercedes. Even. But leading the GT3 field is a BMW. Huh. Now, Gabber Havesi is going to go ahead and take this pit stop right now. A little bit crooked in their pit box, but they are potentially, you know, they're fighting here. They're driving for a second place finish at this point, and potentially a first place. I mean, they are driving the lights out of that car. They were fast. They are currently faster than the current leader of Chris Gitzoff on their best lap time. And now we have a yellow flag in Sector 2, and that's Adurli, or Adurli, has a little bit of a spin. And Havesi now going to come out of the pits, and wouldn't surprise me if we see Sophie Jones make their pit stop in the next couple of laps here. 428 laps done. Or on lap 428, I should say. So 427 laps completed here at Spa. So quite a few laps, I will say. It's kind of weird when you put into that kind of context of how many laps have really been done in the last 14 hours. 13 hours. No. Every 2 hours. Excuse me, 18 hours. I should say, 16 hours. Gotta get my math correct. But once again, we want to show our appreciation to everyone who has supported us, including Sadler Computers for hosting the R Factor 2 server, and then, of course, grid-finder.com. Start your sim racing career today by heading on over to grid-finder.com. EERC is a Grid Finder approved league. Point Lawyer now into the pits now, making their first pit stop of their day, of this stint. Let's see here now. Gabber Havesi, 121 seconds back on Sophie Jones. Sophie Jones really will be looking at a pit stop here shortly just to try and stay ahead of Gabber Havesi, but by doing that, that's going to close this gap quite quickly. We're seeing about 1:30. Almost 2 minutes, almost a full lap for a pit stop to happen. And Emily Callison was able to find and take a lap off of Gabber Havesi, so now only 3 laps down. As we see Chris Gitzoff now entering the pits. Keep your eye on that pit timer, because that will tell you just exactly how long the pit lane really does take here. Same with, Robert Pond. Now running in P4 in the 77. Pond had a little bit of issues at the beginning of his stint, and now he is in P4. He'll get the car in 4th place. Here we go. The leader of the GT3 field trying to get by P6 here. Blue flags wave about. Already a minute 30 for Chris gets off in the pits. Now minute 45. A minute 50 for that pit stop. Sophie Jones currently still only a lap down. Are they making their pit stop here? I don't see any sector times popping on up. So they must have just... Yeah, they're into the pits. They gotta be. But they're not. I'm so confused. There we go. Now they're lighting up the timing screens. Now everybody getting those tires warmed up. Kolosky goes ahead and gets the fastest sector one time with a 32.9. So a purple sector one. That's exactly what you need here. You want to catch up positions. Gabor Havesi has a long ways to go here to try and catch up to Sophie Jones, as we saw before his first stint ended. Ooh, and Emily Callison takes the shortcut through the curb there. Takes a little bump, has a little bit of a bumpy ride. Bumpy ride. But Sophie Jones knows what's up here. Putting in lap times, even though the gap is slowly shrinking, now it's 130 seconds. One pit stop could really decide what happens to P2 in the LM-P2 field. Now we're looking at El Berlay, or is it Ederly? Ederly. How I will think that is pronounced. What was their last stop? It looks like for Sophie Jones, they have been able to do 20 laps on their tires. So on the blue mark tires, so it looks like the LM-P2 of Sophie Jones, they're going to go at least 4 more laps. Or they have to call it quits on that tire. Sandro Van Zandt, P6 in the 46. Got a little bit of a spin in the no-name corner, but trying to make up time now. Currently 5 laps down to Colossae. And now we're seeing an LM-P2 car trying to get through some of this traffic as fast as they can. And it looks like Zoltan Marcotti does a nice job getting out of the way. Sophie Jones trying to just stay out in front of Gabor Havesi, trying to make this stint as long as possible. 17 laps on that tire now. $18 laps now being marked, so about 2 more laps and we'll see them come on in. The gap now between them and Gabor Havesi is 126 seconds. So we're looking about probably a 10-second gap if she has a good pit stop. But it has to be basically perfect on in and out the exit. No mistakes whatsoever. If you miss your pit box, that 10-second gap slowly goes away and gives Gabor Havesi a chance now to be coming out right behind. Well, not coming out, but be right behind of the car of Sophie Jones when they come out. But hello to everybody watching. Once again, Adam Thompson with you in the commentary box. Trying to, bring a chill vibe to this 24-hour race as we approach that 7-hour mark. And now the pits have begun. Here we go. Sophie Jones into the pit lane. Let's watch this gap for Gabor Havesi start to shrink. You can now see his eyes on the prize. He has to put in this lap as fast as he can here. Is it going to be enough time? Where is Gabby Havesi? There's Freddie Riemann now in the car. In the lead, so they are probably very satisfied with how this team is doing in that BMW and the Iris BMW. 60-second gap in closing. It's literally dropping about 2 seconds per, about two interval seconds per second, actual seconds, which is kind of interesting, because we'll see a 120-second gap, but as soon as a pit stop happens, that entirely changes just because of the way that speed works. The way that speed and velocity will work in accordance to time with these cars that are going about 230 kph. Almost 250 kph at full throttle. Here we go. 20 seconds now. It's just tick tock, tick tock, tick tock at this point. And let's see here. Does Gabber Havesi get out in time? Now we're seeing Fabian Bally get into the car for Sophie Jones. This is going to decide it. It's now 5 seconds, and it's not going to be enough. It is not going to be enough. Gabber Havesi is going to come out in front of Fabian Ballet. I wish we could have seen that happen live, and it's a 6-second gap in front. Gabber Havesi is going to have to drive away with this race now in P2. Ugh. Man, I am tired. But I'm not as tired as these drivers. I will say probably the best experience I've ever had in sim racing was the 24 hours of Daytona. But I tell you what, it is a difficult one. These drivers have to just consistently be at the ready to go, because you never know when an accident may happen and you have to take control of the car. And now it's a 9-second gap between Gabber Havesi and Fabian Ballet. So the undercut ends up working for Gabber Havesi, who's now going to try and drive away with this so he can then get a comfortable pit stop and be able to potentially come out ahead. Now here comes Emily Callison into the pits. Colossi is going to go ahead and try and push here to try and get a lap back on Emily Callison. 7 hours, 36 minutes ago, 36 minutes for me remaining in the commentary booth. Almost falling asleep here. Now. Once again, if you haven't subscribed yet to the ERC official YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button and also hit like on the video. We appreciate all the support you have given to EERC across this season. And unfortunately, as they say, all good things must come to an end, and that's what we're seeing here. Is the final race of this endurance championship, which has been a very interesting championship to say the least. Being in the same time zone as me, so where are you from? Well, I'm in the Midwest of the United States. I'm in a state called South Dakota in the Black Hills region. And what a heck of a drive you had there, Sylvie. I'm not going to lie, that was a heck of a drive. Unfortunately, Gabber Havesi had to get that undercut to work with them to get ahead of you, but, you know, heck of a drive out there. As Freddie Riemann continues to hold the lead of this race. Zoltan Varconi and the Mugen Sim Racing 88 team. Oh, damn, you're in Colorado. Very nice. Very, very nice. Are you in, like, the Denver area, or are you in even further south, like Colorado Springs, Pueblo, or in one of the smaller towns like Gunnison or Alamosa? Just southwest, so like that Aurora area. Midwest US gang, hell yes, you are exactly right. It's nice to see some NA drivers participate in a European series. Southwest. Oh no, that's not Aurora. That's like closer to Boulder or Lakewood. So, or in Morrison. Love that area. I've been to Denver several times. It's only about a 6-hour drive for me to get there. So that's where I would have been this weekend if I did not have a wedding that I was DJing at to commentate some college football, as the college I do college football broadcasting for played the Colorado Mines team, which is number 5 in the country in Division II NCAA football. But you have a good night. What a heck of a drive. Get some rest. You deserve it. It is not hard. It is not the easiest thing to do. These 24-hour endurance races. You know, you think you can do them. A lot of people will say, "Oh, I think I can do this." It gets to you mentally and physically. It just really gets to you. A very, very difficult thing to pull off. As now we see Emily Callison in P4. Gabber Havesi in P2, trying to pull away. ever so slightly from Fabian Ballet. It might not be enough here, as now that gap is slowly shrinking, slowly but surely. Now the gap's 7 seconds. Be here for another 30 minutes, and that will be midnight for me. And I gotta go to bed because I am waking up in about 4 hours to watch one of the greatest esport events of all time. Haven't missed one since for 4 years. Except last year, but they didn't have it last year, so. Now, Ballet must be having an issue because that gap is slowly just building up here. Oh, it was past 10 seconds at one point. There's the Porsche Ruben Gibfrey. There's Jonathan Jones in P6, David Colossi now in P5, and that number 21. And Ruben Gibfrey was closing up to the man in front of him, but now that gap is now going to just get bigger and bigger and bigger here. But the sun is now shining here at the 24 Hours of Spa, which is a great sight to see. It's great to see the sun rise from the east. And also, we would like to give a shout out to Chris Tompkins and all of the EERC admins, mods, and the crew for their hard work and effort this season, getting these races going, keeping their sanity intact as they go through running a league. It's not the easiest thing in the world, especially on these endurance races, these long form races. Great to see them have some good success here with the amount of teams that have joined this season. And I will say it's at the start of the race, it was a very big field. And I was pretty impressed with the amount of cars that were participating for this one, especially in the GT3 field. It was great to see the amount of cars. I mean, we had 8 LM-P2s at the start of this. And then, how many total did we have here? We had 24 teams sign up total, so 8 of those were LM-P2s, so that means 16 GT3 drivers or teams coming on in for the final race of this endurance championship. As you can see, my voice is getting much more tired. It's been a very, very long day, very strenuous on the voice. I'm excited to get some sleep here very shortly. As so some of you probably are looking at getting some sleep or just waking up now. Or you just decide to stay up with us throughout the entire event. And we want to thank you for joining us here. Now, Chad, if you have any questions or if you want to talk about something, just let me know. I'm always down to talk about something, as there really isn't much to talk about anymore at this point. Ballet really trying to close this gap on the Gabber Havesi and take a position away, because Gabber Havesi will have to pit earlier because their pit stop was so early. Well, let's actually see what did they do there. They actually only did 18 laps on that tire on their last stint, and now they're only up to 15 laps on this stint. So they're gonna have to pit in about 3 to 5 laps. Well, that's just mean, man. That is just mean. Wow. Wow. I'm kidding. That's just savage. But 7 hours, 21 minutes to go before the checker flag will fly. That's quite a while. Still, for a lot of people, these guys just have to put in the laps and just keep going round and round and round as we are approaching the final, I would say, approach to this race. So if you are a few laps down, this is the time to get up and get going. This time is running out. We have about, now we've hit that 7 hour, 20 minute mark. So 20 more minutes before I say good night to everybody and sign off. Is she crying? No. Emily Callison now trying to just stay in this race. That's all they got to do. 4 laps down on the leader. On the next person in front of them, which is Fabian Ballet, who is now 9.3 seconds back on Gabber Havesi. Ever Havesi's trying to just pick up and go here. On your screen now. Birdie Ramon. Just keeping it together here as the GT3 class leader. Oh, I'm just realizing that my voice is not. I gotta get my voice. I don't know why I'm so stinking loud for TeamSpeak here. I don't get that. I gotta somehow turn myself down. I feel bad for the people who are having to deal with this. Because it's fairly loud, I will admit. Even for myself, I'm not happy with that. So I'm going to try and stay as far back away from my mic so it doesn't overbear some people. I feel absolutely horrified by that. Maybe this will help. I can actually have a little bit of a voice leeway here at the final few moments. 15 minutes before I head out for the evening. I don't know why. I have a very a very good microphone. I don't have this problem when I own broadcasts. Probably just something on the TeamSpeak end of EERC. Just needs to turn myself down. Just a little bit. But that is absolutely fine for now. I do apologize to all of you who have to deal with this very loud, annoying voice of mine. Okay. But we are almost to the end here. End portion of the evening for myself. And I want to thank everybody who is watching stream tonight. Great. They're almost done. I'm at 13 minutes to go here. Dave Loci. Flipstream. But here we go with the last. Well, Emily Callison now trying to just stay out in front here and really doing a nice job. Gabber Havesi has pitted, now 108 seconds back on Fabian Ballet. So these two, this is what second place is really up for grabs for in the LM-P2 field. And that is exactly what you don't want. Let's see if this is any better. I just restarted my mixer, so hopefully that that helps things out. Zoltan Barconi trying just to stay ahead here. And at P2, keep his team into the championship lead. Let me just do that and see if that's any better here. I have some compression on my voice, which might have messed things up a bit. Doesn't sound like it, but I do apologize to those who have to deal with this. You shouldn't have to hear such a awful noise the entire time of my mic. It seems like I'm not even talking that much. And it just wants to go. It seems so distorted, so I don't know what the problem is. It's TeamSpeak issues. I use Discord a lot for my broadcasts, so. Seven hours, 9 minutes to go. Jonathan Jones on your screen now. Currently in P6. Gets off into the pits now. He's already done with his stop. Now he's just driving out of the pits. And now, Fabian Valley is getting his lap back. Same with Gabber Havesi. So now we got 3 LM-P2s back on to the lead lap. Of this race with 7 hours, 7 minutes to go, but those guys will have to pit eventually. We're not able to make up enough time to really consider themselves a lap on the same lap, because once they make their pit stops, Gabber Havesi made a pit stop earlier. So now the chase is on, but they'll have to stop again very, very shortly. Vessi's lap, he did 18 laps, he's 3 laps on those tires, and it's 16 laps for Fabian Valley, so that's obviously not enough. They're going to pit here very, very shortly. If any indication of what their stints have been going like for the Reading Me Studios Racing. Wait, noise. I wonder if this will help. I just turned up the noise suppression on it, so sometimes that actually will do it. Alright, as long as it's not interfering. Thank you, Stefan. Or is it Stefan? One of the race directors here at EERC helping me out, making sure everything is working alright. 7 hours, 4 minutes to go. Gavin Habesi is going to have about a... He doesn't have that great of a window here, I don't think, as it comes down to the final laps. Well, he has a few more laps to go, so he can really take advantage of this gap. And right now he's in that time window where he will be able to get the place back when Valley pits here in the next lap or so. On lap 17 on those tires. Seven hours, 2 minutes to go. Now, as that time clicks, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Not the app tick-tock, but the clock. Now we have a yellow flag in Sector 3. It looks like it got cleared immediately. Once again, everybody, I would like to thank you for joining me here at the EERC Endurance Championship, the 24 Hours of Spa. Sponsored by Sadler Computers and grid-finder.com. Huge shout out to them and a huge thank you to them for their support this season. If you would like to sign up, I don't know when the next season will be announced, but make sure to go over to EERC.info or pay attention to the grid on their Grid Finder profile, because they will definitely be announcing the next race, the next season here shortly. Bolton Varconi, P2 amongst the GT3s. They've been killing it here. As they are on their, basically their championship drive. ...452 laps, or we're on lap 452, 451 have been completed here at Spa-Francorchamps. And that is just an amazing achievement so far. It's great to see these teams just really plugging out the laps here. That's just unbelievable when you think of that in that terms. Ambient air 27 degrees, track temperature 29 degrees with sunny, beautiful weather here at the ERC final race and the championship race for the GT3 class. Last week, the last race, the LM-P2 field was claimed, was taken by the Mutant race team, I think. Yep, the Mutant Racing 21 team ended up taking that win. Well, folks, that will do it for me this evening. I want to thank you once again for tuning in. It's been a pleasure of mine to bring you the play-by-play action and keep everybody up to date of what's happening. I do not know who's coming in next, but I really need to head to bed. I am absolutely exhausted. It is midnight where I'm at. I'm up for quite a few hours today, so, but I know Ed and Joshua Birch will be in the commentary booth soon. I just don't know when, but stick around for more great action here as Fabian Ballet now takes his pit stop. And Gabber Havesi once again on the charge. He's trying to get in the P2 and stay on this lead lap of and stay ahead of Chris Gitzoff. But that is going to do it for me. Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you next time.
Everyone slow car in the last sector. Clear. Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80. Okay, back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
We're coming to code 8 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80. Okay, we're coming back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Welcome back to the 24 Hours of Spa. Good morning, everyone. We have 4 hours left to go, and as you can see in front of you, we have a lead battle in LM-P2. 3 cars still on the lead lap. They are number 20, driven by Martin Maguli, it's Mugen, and the number 90, Valet, driven by Robert Pignataro. So, has been slowly caught. Roberto Pignataro, sorry. We're on lap 535. So Roberto has been slowly caught across this stint. We see him being held up actually by one of the Iris GT3 cars. Is number 7 GT3 that still leads in that class with Pribex Old. The number 7's title rival, the two of them in a big battle for the championship. Will slide there for Martin Maguli. He desperately tries to find a way past the Iris. So the problem is number 88. For the number 7 to win the title, the 88 has to finish 7th or lower. And there are only 6 cars left in GT3, so yeah, it's not looking particularly favourable for the number 7 at the moment. Looks like the 88 is doing more than enough, being at 6 laps ahead of the other 77, which is the other Iris car by Eric Kamedi. Got the Paul Street Boys, driven by Skazbolis Daly in 4th, 3 Luring and the Porsche 93, Bora Racing, they are 5th. Then the 2 retirements, Dan Rusen and Scuzia. And then it is Chris Davis, who's trying to catch back up in the 35. That's had so many issues in this race. It's great to see him still running, because that thing can't be easy. Especially, they lost so many laps earlier. Only 40 down on Sikaluza. Then I think the gap to Rusen is about 12 laps or so. And then it is about 10 laps to Joey Luring. But of course, that's going to grow as Luring keeps completing laps. But anyway, I do think the 35 still has a chance of 3rd in the GT3 championship with the 88, with Triple 8 out. Oh, a little mistake there. Oh, they're both twitching into the bus stop. Look at that. Maguli desperate to end the season on a high. They already won once as DEAC Hackers, and the team itself has also won once in Portimao. Desperately love to add a 2nd win of the season. I think Maguli's got plenty of time to catch Roberto Pignataro. And is he going to try and do a move on track, or are they going to wait for the pit stops? I gather where they got past the 72 in the pits overnight. Certainly, 88's been driving so well in GT3 that the title battle there, ooh, so the Iris is going very wide there. It must be the 86, because the 87 is out sadly, but was fighting for the lead earlier on. A big issue, couldn't continue in the race. Mate Varga. Maybe Kolokshai also retiring in the championship winning 21. That's already sewn up the title. Can't be caught. Big shame for them. They wouldn't have a great season. Would have wanted to sign it off on a better note than that. But still, don't be too unhappy. They basically dominated things. What's the sister car here? He's fighting for victory, and on their pace, it's really hard to see the number 20 not winning this. At this, forget they haven't led since the very beginning when they got disconnected, and then they've run out of fuel. Almost had to retire again later on, before being allowed back in. And now, 20 hours later, they're back where they started, fighting for the victory. So it's just an example. I should never give up. Ooh, yeah, 2. What that is. Oh, that's the 88, missing a rear wing. That's not good for the title contenders. They are 6 laps ahead of Eric Kamedi. They can't afford too many mistakes like
Okay, we
that.
come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, goes with tough dives for the pit lane. Of course, we've always changed drivers.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Here we go. Pretty crucial in this battle. Oh, is that Kamedi with missing a rear wing too? So both second and third in GT3 crashed and lost their rear wings. Yeah, Maguli, Ignataro, very close together, but near the sort of near the middle of the lap, it's going to be difficult for them to get in because both Kamedi. There we go, Kamedi's the end of the lap. Yeah, there's Zolt. Zolt is going to have the benefit of the code 80 being there. Kamedi would probably have caught a lap or so if he hadn't gone off himself and got involved in an incident. We go all the way down through Blanchimont, no rear wing under code 80. Anybody else going to pit under code 80? That's the big question, of course. Mikhail Wozniak just says on stream, the scenes. I agree. Yeah, it is pretty interesting end to the race, hopefully. So big shout out to the 72. Still be on the lead lap at this stage. Something they've never done before. Let's not count Tom Dillon and company out for the victory. They are 153 seconds down. They have been slowly being dropped in this stint. In Gillhead. Gotta hand it to Iris number 7. Ever since the 314 dropped out, they've been untroubled up front. But sadly, this brilliant push has come a little bit too late for their title hopes. They're gonna fall just 15 or 20 points short in the end with the 88 in second. Yeah, Eric Kamedi's almost made it back. So it doesn't look like anyone, apart from these two, have really come in there.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
Keep an eye on the lead battle in LM-P2 then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
There we go. Both of them got away pretty well. But it's now less than a second, the gap, or about a second actually, rather. Also they're both about to lap Tom Dillon, I think, in third place. This could get very tasty indeed. Okay, and Tom Dillon is out of the way and goes a lap down. Oh, a little bit of a slide from Pignataro. Of course, not completely over for Tom Dillon yet. Good game. Third would still be an amazing result for them. Top off what's been a little bit of a patchy season. Oh, as the 35 weaves in front of the number 20. Oh, that was good reactions from McGilly. Avoid crashing there, and Pignataro already trying to break the toe. And valet number 90, who have led so much of this race during the night, now starting to look vulnerable. I think they need to stay in the lead, though, it must be said. So, only got 3 hours 48 minutes left, all off this number 20 car. But it might prove just a bit too much for number 90. How much they would dearly love to add to that win they had at Suzuka. This is basically a fight for third in the championship between these two, although 20 is probably going to... He's got enough points to probably clinch it, even if to 90 wins this one. Because the number 20 is still in second. Varconi. Sultan Varconi gets on board the 88. I assume because the 21's out of the race, so Varconi needs somewhere else to drive. Very luring also in the pits, as well as Eric Kamedi. Kamedi, of course, came in last, so I believe the 88's come in immediately after the Code 80 for a driver change. Oh, look at this. They've not been close for a very, very long time. Now they are. Maguli well into the slipstream. Tom Dillon probably should have a good view of this. Hoping that these two crash into one another, of course. Yeah, great run actually. Let's see if Maguli can make anything of it. Here we go. Building up speed. 313 kilometers per hour. Round the outside. Oh, and Dignitari defends and they bump into one another. And both of them go off. Oh. That was very, very hairy there. Exactly what Tom Dillon was hoping would happen. They both bumped into one another. But Pignataro just able to hold on. The stewards might investigate that. But Maguli was there. Was on the outside, but it would have been very difficult to pull that one off. Pignataro was not going to give up the lead without a fight. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Battle is joined. Maguli gonna have another go. Approach the bus stop. And the Mugen, the Valet's turned its lights off, whereas the Mugen and the Reading Game has got theirs on. Maguli gets the face full of Valet. Through Rouge and Radion. Over the hill. Maguli still tucked in the slipstream. I think this is only a matter of time here. What can Roberto Pignataro do? He pulls out to the outside. This time he's much further alongside. There's also the 46 on the inside. Oh, they bump together again. And again. The number 90 refuses to yield. Great stuff. Maguli is not going to be able to go the way through. He's not at Leikum.
And the 46 exit to the pits, please.
Yeah, so Erkan finds himself stationary and in trouble. What's happened to the 46 into the points racing? The car that's 14 laps down. He's trying to get 5th place out of this race, which would be a big deal for them. I think their best finish up to now has been 9th. LM-P2. Oh yeah, the Irish starting to hold up Valet number 90 a little bit. Oh, now we go. Now starting to hold up number 20. That gives Roberto Pignataro a little bit of breathing space. And Dillon held up very little by that, actually. Amy's a lap down. This would be incredible to have a free-cut fight with the 20 hours lapsed in the race. But, Green Game, like I said, they're doing well, just be only 1 lap down. You can still make that up in the pit stops if they're clever, which they tend to be. Moguli made his intent very clear, hasn't he? To come through, and he's not going to hang around until the end of the race. He's going to do it right about now. But it'll take another lap, I think, to catch back up to Pignataro because of that traffic. The 77 helping out just a little bit. Pressure on Pignataro must be immense. It would have been very tempting to avoid collision there and say, well, I'm really tired, what's the point in fighting this one? But they didn't. They decided to press on with it. The overlay seems to be probably a bit behind, I imagine. There we go. That's more like it. So Ercan in the pits. I think there may have been an engine failure there for the 46. Hopefully they can get back in the race, and it wasn't actually an engine failure, but happens to the best of them, happens to the champions, the 21s. Maybe clock shot at the wheel. But it takes quite a move for the 20 to overcome the number 90. Or alternatively, they could try and get them in the pits. It's all not a great bus stop, so this is going to set the 20 up for another move from Martin McGurley. Third time lucky, I suppose. But Berto Pignataro is going to fight that with everything he's got. Oh, another slow Lasso's hairpin. Okay, run out of it. See where originally go. Lights blaring at the front of the Mugen, and it's a very good run indeed. They're tucking behind, and Pignataro goes for the inside, tries to make Magudi go the long way round once more. He's a little bit further alongside. This time, is he going to outbrake him? Oh, yes, he is. Just about made it through. Brilliant stuff from Martin Maguli. And that is them into the lead of the race and the lead of LM-P2. And number 90 goes down to second position. Ercan is disqualified and then probably, I imagine, let back in the race. Wow, that was really quite a move. Around the outside, you don't often see that pulled off, especially in LM-P2. But unfortunately, that might be the most action we're going to get today in terms of this morning. Everyone else being so far apart, but number 90 is really going to have to pull out the stops now to stick with the 20. Oh, and Pignataro is twitching all over the place. Already a second down now, almost. He's got Tom Dillon trying to unlap himself, of course, so can't afford to get too careless. Pignataro. For him, I might think about pitting for fresh tyres fairly soon. Potentially a new driver, depending on how long these guys have been in. Yeah, any stewards' decisions while we've been into the points racing. 46 has been allowed back into the race with a 2-lap penalty after a random engine failure. Okay, I wasn't sure if they say it's random, so clearly there wasn't any kind of they over-revved it or anything. There was some kind of lag or glitch or something. Lucky for the number 46, but they continue. Ultimately, it doesn't matter too much if you're 14 laps down or 19 laps down, because it's not the kind of gap that the 46 is realistically going to make up unless something happens up front. A little shout out to the crew of the 86, because Iris lost the 87 earlier, but the 86 has still been going fairly well. 5 laps down on Tom Dillon. Pretty respectable job, so Great way for the 86 to end their season. They got 4th in career as well. Great for them to match their best result. With Emily Carson and Daniel Skikluna, among others, and Kuliakos Forgax, of course. Well, now the excitement's over, the inertia sets in. It's Chris Davis, and the 35 has had such a difficult time of it. Still running in 8th place, about 33 laps down on the 2 strangling retirements. We could have a look actually. Who the Bonneveld says Sven is an alien. Because of the lap times that the number 7's been doing, and yeah, it has been incredibly impressive. It's such a shame that the number 7 had so much kind of bad luck earlier in the season, because they would be right with the 88. And this would be a battle on track as well as in the points, but unfortunately the points gap very much favours the 88. So Mugen Sim Racing 888, 3rd in GT3, 107 points. Ultra Motorsports number 35, 4th on 83 points. So 107 versus 83. So 35 with the 888 out needs to finish. Have a look. Also needs to be 2nd, unfortunately. 23 points for 3rd. That wouldn't do it. Either the 38 points for victory or the 27 for 2nd would be enough. But usual point gap, a little bit too much to overcome, and that tends to be the way, even with these 24-hour races with so many points on the table. Maguli pits. Maguli pits from the lead. That allows Pignataro to retake it then. So, I have to wonder what they're going to do now. Hilton is about to be unlapped by the 86, I think. What is Roberto Pignataro going to do to respond to the number 20? Surely they will have to come in themselves at some point. The big thing is, oh, they're going 3 wide back there. Big thing is whether they're going to change drivers at Mugen. Well, let's have a brief update on how Varconi has been getting on. Varconi's was set a 2 minutes 17.2 last lap, while Gil had set a 2 minutes 18.5. A little closing from the 88, but not really enough. Vessi now gets on board the number 20. So, see how it goes. But Roberto Pignataro could well stay in for this stint if he feels up to it. Wants to try and stay in the lead here. Be probably a canny move. Dylan, meanwhile, is going to come out at least 30 or 40 seconds behind the number 20. It's a long pit stop. You can go from being a lap down to being just behind. Just through one pit stop. Still ahead, trying to make his way through the traffic. Has to be said, the number 7 can pull this off, win the last 3 races of the season. It would be quite an achievement for them. And it really is brilliant that they've been able to bring this title battle down to the wire, even if they can't come out on top. Be very interested to hear what they have to say. Marconi pushing on. You can at least get a lap back on Geelhead. That would be a pretty decent stint, all things considered. But considering how similar their pace is, it does seem a bit unlikely. There we go, Dylan, 32 seconds now behind Hevesi. There he is, Hevesi. Who's Gabba got under the hood here? Slightly closing on Pignataro. I wonder if Roberto's just been in a while, because his pace did not really seem to match what the number 20 was capable of. Last lap 2 minutes 2 seconds 0.7 for the number 90. So the number 90 could pit and emerge behind the number 20. It is just 126 seconds behind. It would be very close if they pit now. Here we go. In fact, that's what they're doing. So Pignataro pulls the trigger. Responds to the number 20. Surely reading game will be coming in soon as well. In fact, there they go. So we've got a sort of holding pattern in the strategy, haven't we? Let's see if there's any drivers that want to talk at the moment. Not much going on in the comms box apart from me, of course. So, Pignataro and Dylan are serviced. Be interested to see if there's any driver changes here as well. And this is the crucial moment for Hevesi. He needs to make sure he comes out ahead. Pignataro and the number 90. You go through the bus stop. Ooh, Kamedi literally goes through the bus stop because he misses it. Is Hevesi pull 2 wheels off onto the green bit. That's not the grass, this is the AstroTurf. Okay, so Gabba Hevesi is going to retake the lead then, because Pignataro just coming out now. Or it will be quite close actually. Here we go, so Pignataro getting up to speed. Oh, and he's got a clear run here. So number 90 have overcut them. There's number 20 in the background. Hevesi was just a little bit too slow. Also the driver change probably impacted here. I think Hevesi is catching. But yeah, good strategy by Valet. They must have been listening and kept their driver in. Save a bit of time, and that means they have a crucial 8-second buffer now. As Fabian Ballet gets back on board the reading game number 72. Right, so the gap now 4.4 seconds. So Hevesi has got the pedal down. And at the pits. Ah, looks like I'm not the only one who struggling to fit in breakfast before covering the race. But anyway, Pignataro under huge pressure here. So last lap times 2 minutes 1.4 from Hevesi, and of course Pignataro and Ballet just come out the pits. And Fabian Ballet, with his pace, should be able to potentially challenge these to unlap himself, get back on the lead lap, and he could be a real threat in these last 3 hours. So do not discount Reading Game just yet. Certainly, it's going to be quite the job. These two are no slouches. As Cicluna enters the pit lane. Absorbing battle this is between these two brilliant teams. Both have won once earlier in the season. Both a brilliant chance to win again. Both fighting each other for third in the championship, although I think it's really difficult to see number 20 losing it at this point in the championship, but they may not necessarily come out on top in the race. Looks like a Geelhead has entered the pits as well at this point. There he is. The overlay slightly slow. Right on board with the number 20 through Revision Ready on. Takes as much curb as he dares. Last laps. All pretty similar. 201.9 for Pignataro. 201.4 for Hevesi. A couple of tenths faster. 201.8 for Fabian Ballet. And this is the big opportunity for Gabor Hevesi. He set a personal best first sector actually we were on board with. 33.010. And on those fresh tyres, Hevesi pushing for all he is worth. 3 hours 21 minutes remaining. The closer we get to the finish, the more tense this battle is going to get. Sadly, the championship battle is looking like a foregone conclusion. The 88 cruising its way to second. Those 23 points going to be more than enough. Only really needed 6th place. There are only 6 cars remaining, so it would be quite extraordinary. I don't think there's enough time for the 35 to even catch up to the 88, even if they stopped right now. So, yeah, the 35 still beautifully plugging away, trying to catch the 36 and the 91 who retired earlier on. Oh, Pignataro almost gets held up there by the Porsche. Reluring back on board. Gets out of the way of Hevesi though. 2 seconds now, the gap between Gabo Hevesi and Roberto Pignataro. Well, the traffic's really bad here for the leader. Wall Street boys, McLaren ahead of him. Oh, and that's not where you want to catch them, in the middle of Pujon. Luckily, gets off the throttle, avoids contact. There you go, last lap. 2 minutes 2.8 for Hevesi being held up. But Pignataro was held up too. 2 minutes 3.351. 2 minutes 1.9 for Fabien Ballet. So Ballet really flying at the moment. Who's he then? There he is. So because of the driver change, they've lost a little bit of ground in their quest to get back on the lead lap. They're certainly starting to catch them little by little. There's the Porsche. We should keep just one eye on Fabien Ballet. There's so many big gaps in GT3 that I think it's almost a worth worrying about what happens there, unless the 88 hits trouble. Certainly the 88 has had a very strong recovery drive. As has the 77 actually. I think Wall Street boys can feel very proud of their 4th position, only 4 laps down on Irish 77. There's no mean feat for a team like that. Wall Street boys not one of the front runners. Great to see them persevering. And 2 laps ahead of Royal Racing number 93. I know they're in the Porsche, but still, quite an achievement. The yellow in the first sector. That is, oh, big crash for Eric Comedy right after I was praising him. And he's lost it at a Radion, and the rear wing is party company. So Eric Comedy will have to find a way back to the pits. Meanwhile, Gabo Hevesi will try and find a way past the number 90. Hopefully the rear wing interrupt this battle too much.
Okay, drivers, become to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Okay, so that's just so that the number 77 get back to the pits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
There we go. Now we got another code 80 with the number 90 just in front of the number 20. 20 does slow down for the code 80 at the last possible moment, it felt like. Ah, they're not actually that close, it's a slightly deceptive camera angle. Maybe still got about half the lap to do, so we could see some pit stops under code 80 here. I think it's going to be any of the LM-P2s though. Look, the whole track. Anyone who could potentially is Chris Davis, down in 8th in GT3, 8th out of 6. But they are slowly catching. Only 25 laps down now on the 36. Certainly a sense that it's only a matter of time for the number 20 before they're back in the lead again. Number 90 only really hold them back for so long. Penalty for Joey Luring. Not sure what that's for. Now we hear that Joshua Birch is trying to join us. Good. Let's see if he can get in. But driver penalty for Royal Racing Bravo number 93, as reported by Paul Street Boys 753, for ignoring the same class blue flags consistently. You must let a car of the same class pass if they are a lap ahead in one straight or three corners from the time you receive the blue flag. But yeah, that's pretty clear then. Paul Street Boys clearly saw. And they were the one trying to lap them, surely, wasn't it? Yeah. Because they're two ahead. So, Porsche gonna have to come into the pits once the code 80 is over to serve that drive-through. But nothing really to lose for the 93 because the 35 is almost a whole, they're like an hour or two at least from catching them. Chris Davis' last lap, incidentally, the 35, 2 minutes 19.2, so a couple of seconds off the pace, really. But just good to see the 35 back in and circulating as Kim 80 makes it back to the pit lane, so the code 80 will surely end fairly soon. Unless there was someone else who got injured as well. But the car got injured, not the driver. Oh, because Kim 80 stops in the middle of the pit lane on the box. Very odd. There we go. That's more like it. Good job, Eric. So we're still under code 80 then. On lap 553.
Okay, back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, there we go then.
5,
Tara had a good
4,
chicane there.
3, 2, 1, green flag.
Right, we're back underway then. 24 hours of Spa, 3 hours, 11 minutes remaining, and Hevesi all over the back of valet number 90. And Pignataro goes deep into Lassos, and that goes off track, and Hevesi goes through. Really nothing Pignataro could do there. Going a very wide line, but I don't think he's going to get a good enough run to retake the position. Pignataro clearly fatiguing a bit. Tucking into the slipstream. See if we can on board. Here we go. He's got a little bit of a run. Is he going to try to go around the outside? Here we go. Oh, deep on the brakes. Oh, how on earth has he made that corner? But not quite enough to get alongside, though. But good effort by Roberto Pignataro. But a crucial mistake there. Allows Gab Hevesi back into the lead. Went wide at Lassos. And Ten Lure gets on board the 77, but yeah, that's the third time that Roberto Pignataro has been overtaken, so it will take another clever strategy move to get back in the lead. Code 80's not really been helping much of the field actually lately because they've all been too far away from the pits to take advantage. Pignataro sticking with the number 20 for the time being, but once again, Mugen find themselves. He made a brave move into the... Well, Vessi didn't really need to make much of a move there, he just needed to keep his line. Yeah, great racing between the two. But now there's a lapped car in front of them. It's bad news for Vessi. See when they catch them. Plenty of space either side here. First sector. Lead down the inside at Lassos, and Pignataro follows through, or at least tries to. Norris, the outside there. No, that's a Mugen, sorry. Pignataro gets another really good run, actually. Not going to be quite enough to close into Leikong. There is the Iris. Fast leading Iris. It's going to hold up Mugen just a little bit, actually. Oh, and is Pignataro going to be able to take advantage of this? Oh, yes, he is down the inside. Oh, and they bang wheels. And Pignataro is still there, and he's going to try and go down the inside. Oh, is that Malbedy? Oh, and they bump again. Oh, and he almost spins him round. Oh, still side by side. This is excellent entertainment. Not necessarily the cleanest racing, and Pignataro squeezes through by the skin of his teeth. Wow. Number 90. That was a bit desperate, but just about pulled that one off. And I think Avessi's going to be furious at the Iris there. And possibly at Roberto Pignataro as well. Maybe the gloves are going to come off now. Avessi knows he can't muck around anymore. Comes the 35 then. More lap traffic to interfere with this battle. And the more these two fight, the better this is for Fabien Ballet. Fabien Ballet's last lap, 2 minutes 2. Avessi's 2 minutes 3. Ballet, wouldn't be surprised to see him pop up in the near future as Chris Davis gets out of the way. I'm very impressed by Roberto Pignataro's opportunism there. I think there was realistically only really one opportunity to retake the lead there, and he took it. Now, 3 hours to go, and this lead battle could go either way, really. Still quite a distance to go. Anyway, Avessi looks back in. It's going to be another long haul of battling between these two. Lots of side-by-side action, no doubt. Good decision. Have a look. Drive-through penalty for valet number 90 for dangerous driving while lapping slower traffic. They already received a warning for this, so there we go. That was some 2 minutes ago, so valet number 90 will have to come in the pits then because that was too risky bumping the side of the 20 and the Iris really. Hevesi may even just get them on track anyway now. That potentially decides the battle. Oh, Hevesi all over the curb there. Didn't actually get a great run. But does he need to really overtake the 90 down? It's got the penalty. A dramatic moment. Oh, they close back in under the brakes. Hevesi with gonna have a clear road in front of him very soon, either way, no matter what happens, really. They were 3 wide at one point, let's not forget, and Pignataro touched them about 3 or 4 times and effectively tried to push them off the racetrack, so I'm not surprised they got that penalty because it was a bit desperate. And the number 90. But at least they're going to keep the lead on track before they conceded in the pit lane. Jeff Close, he says, "We are aliens, we are Venom." Still, number 90 refusing to pit until the last minute of their drive-through. Big shame, really. Very spirited defense, but just overstepped the margin. It was, I would say it's on the limit, perhaps over it, of what was acceptable there by bumping into number 20 3 or 4 times. Here we go. 20 actually got a good run here. See if it can close at the end of the Camel Straight. Yep, it's got a brilliant slipstream. They're going to go for the inside. And number 90 surely isn't going to fight too hard once more. Oh! It turns in on him. Roberto does not like being overtaken, does he? I mean, who does? But well, either way, it's bringing some brilliant entertainment for us, so I don't feel too upset about it. Minutes 3.5, the last lap for Pignataro, so Ballet, I think, continuing to close. Certainly. You'll be hoping that Pignataro just continues to hold up Bavesi for as long as possible. This penalty would allow having Ballet back onto the lead lap. It's going to be a very costly one for Valet. Surely it must be coming in now. Here we go. Oh, look at that. They got the braking very badly wrong there. So I think next time round will be the last opportunity to serve that penalty. It must just be staying out so I have something to commentate on, because everyone else is so pretty far apart from maybe the 72. Oh, look at how close they are. Vessi, as close as he is through Eau Rouge and Radion. I wonder if he might have to go around the outside again, but actually he got held up in the middle of there, so not going to be an overtake, I don't think. The number 90 is quite slow in the middle of long corners sometimes, like a Rivage. Just to catch the number 20 out. Another steward decision, I think, in the chat. I think number 90 might be trying to appeal. That might be why they haven't gone into the pits yet. If they don't obey the stewards, there could be bigger penalties coming their way. So I would advise against that personally. 3 hours exactly remain. Number 90 really wants this win, don't they? Ah! The stewards have changed their mind. Incident involving Valley Esports number 19, Mugen Sim Racing number 20, no further action, racing incidents. So, number 20 will have to overtake on the circuit. I did think it was about on the limit. Oh no, number 90 coming in. So was that maybe a bit too late, the decision being changed there? Number 90 actually just serving a pit stop for fresh tyres, maybe a driver change as well. We'll have to see. Watch them through the pits, see if they stop anywhere. There's Ballet. The Ballet now.
Okay, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Ah, so this must be a scheduled pit stop because you can't serve penalty under code 80. Wonder what the trouble is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
There we go. Oh, is that Varconi going slowly and crabbing? Oh no, that's just the code 80 he's under. The Geelhead hits under code 80 as well. Hard to figure out what the reason for this code 80 is. Yeah, and Shepard Valley stuck right behind the 86 that it's trying to lap. Chris Davis has made it in, as has Varconi. Some of Varconi's going quite slow, but no harm done, I guess.
Okay, we're coming back to green flag in 10
Ah,
seconds.
it was Erkin. It was Erkin who was in trouble, of course, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Okay, back underway then. So Pignataro is staying in the car then. On fresh tyres, he's now 48 seconds down on Hevesi, thanks to that code 80. So the code 80, once again, fortuitously working to the advantage of Valet. Even couldn't pit under that one. Oh, and that's the 86 going wide. That's one way of letting the 72 through. Probably not the best way though. Seems fate has conspired to keep the number 90 in the lead, as has Roberto Pignataro's very spirited defensive driving. You have to say top marks for effort, even if it was a bit on the limit on that last one, but still. Can't say he hasn't put everything on the table. And that all the stops, which is exactly what you need to do at this phase of the race, really. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on the LM-P2s. See when Hevesi pits. Kind of gap he has before he pits. The gap just under 50 seconds now. So when the 20 pits, they're almost certainly going to come out behind the 90. Both of them just clear of the 72. It's tough. Being a bit wide at Paul Frere corner. Well, avoids the wall. In comes the GT3s. That lure coming in, yes it is. The 7.7 being serviced. Durkin has been in the pits a long time. The one that caused that code 80. Ooh. Ah, I think we can get a guest now. The commentary box, so hold on. Now we've just been joined by Reading Game Studios driver Tom Dillon. Well, we did hope Reading Game would still be in a good position come the morning, and they are within 140 seconds of second place and just about in touching distance of the lead lap, Tom. So that's certainly better than you guys have ever been in an endurance race here in EERC before, in LM-P2.
Yeah, it's going surprisingly well for us. I think we lost about 6 laps to a disconnect though in the night, which
that's so unlucky.
is hurting a little bit now. But yes,
Well, to be
excited.
fair, the 20 has had its own misfortunes. The only one that seems to have had all the good luck is the number 90. If you've been watching the little, I don't know, if you've been watching the little battle between the two, the 20 and the 90, it's been pretty interesting.
Well,
the 90 having some
seats for it.
robust defending. Oh, you did, yeah. You saw the 20 getting past twice, 2 times, because the 90 used an interesting strategy trick of not changing drivers to stay ahead.
I didn't notice that one actually. I know we changed our strategy so that Fabian's into the end now, so that we save a bit of time. But I think we're really hoping that Hevesi and the valet driver have some issues.
Roberto, yeah. I'm not sure if Roberto's going to the end because he's been in quite a while. So, Hevesi changed the same time that Fabian got in, I think. So, when Hevesi got in, so it's sort of even Stevens between the two of them in terms of stint length. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hevesi going to the end. But he's already Pinataro come out on fresh tyres and Hevesi's starting to pull away slightly. It was about 48 seconds, now it's 53. So, but yeah, certainly very exciting beginning to the final phases of the race. Wouldn't expect, usually just expect everyone to be 5 laps apart from one another at this point. That's kind of what's happened in GT3, of course. But yeah.
It's got to be the best 24-hour race I've been involved in.
Oh, certainly.
Throughout the last couple of years. And I think as well, as a team, we've all driven very well today. I don't think we've had
no real weak links in the reading game lineup. Not even you, Tom. You've done well today.
Surprisingly, because I thought I was going to be really off pace heading in, and I think at one point I was one of the fastest on the track, which was worth it, which was great.
Oh wow! I must have been asleep at that point, or half asleep anyway. So, what's the obviously, if Fabian's into the end now, what's the game plan for the 72? Is it literally just to keep closing the gap to the number 90? 133 seconds at the moment. It's been a bit nip and tuck. So, do you think Fabian can realistically get into second place? Is that the aim right now?
Well, I think we're looking at the win, definitely.
Okay. Well, hold on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great 2 hours 49 minutes.
Well, we can see Mugen 133 seconds ahead, I believe.
In endurance racing, that's like touching distance, isn't it?
Yeah, it just feels like we deserve that little bit of luck.
I think on screen it's the intervals between drivers. So I think because Pinataro took a pit stop under Code 80, just as Code 80 was being called. I thought he was coming in to serve what was because originally there was a drive-through for them bumping into the side of number 20 because 90 was defending. Oh no, 90 there was the Iris, the GT3 got in the way, and the number 90 sort of opportunistically dived up the inside at Malmedy and Rivage and bumped into the side of the 20 like a couple of times, but it was very on the limit, I would say, and they eventually decided, actually we'll change our mind, no further action. And just as that message came up, immediately after the 90 pit, and a Code 80 was called. So I thought, oh, are they pitting to serve the penalty? And they don't realise it's been rescinded. But then they were just pitting to change tyres, I think.
Well, that was lucky, half of them.
And it was the Code 80 as well. The 90 has been, it's not completely without its misfortune, but they've certainly had a rub of the green here and there when they needed it.
So, yeah, I think now we're just going to try and keep on track, not have any major dramas.
Oh, and the leader pits.
Yeah, I think we just got to hope now that the 20 and the 90 have some form of issue.
Yeah, the 90 is now going to retake the lead now. Well, I said now 2 times there, just in case I didn't get it the first time. That's my commentary style, just repeat myself endlessly. But there we go. I guess you're going to reuse a few old phrases as a 24-hour race goes. But anyway,
yes, I should probably get going.
That was all my questions, Tom, but
yes.
I'm sure you're very tired and shattered after your stint, so brilliant job. It was great to see the 72 just have such a strong run, and it sets you guys up very nicely for the for next season, of course, no matter what happens here. So
Yes,
best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll get to talk to Fabian and Sophie or whoever else is still awake from reading game at the end of the race and get their perspective, because I'm sure Fabian will have a lot of interesting perspective to give. So but anyway, you take a well-earned rest now, Tom. I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks for 2 interviews. You're the only one who's done 2. Everyone else has done maybe 1 if they feel like it, as if Essie is released from the pit lane and he's going to be about 80 seconds ahead of Fabian Ballet.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'll see you at the end of the race.
Okay, cheers, Tom. Alright, so just over 2.5 hours remaining. So, the problem now is that Ballet is probably going to have to come in for new tyres fairly soon. So it's not going to be able to catch with SE too quickly. There we go, the gap's going to be about 69 seconds. Actually no, 71. There we go. Ballet's last lap, 2 minutes 2.1. So he's the fastest man on track actually. mistake from Hevesi, actually. He loses a couple of seconds there. Could really be crucial. That is genuinely in the gap now. 66 seconds between Pignataro and Hevesi as the battle for the win. But number 20's got to do all that hard work again because of that one poorly timed code 80. Anyway, I'm hoping that Joshua Birch can make it in. Apparently he's having internet problems. A common in his neck of the woods. But I'm hoping when he gets in we can do a little season awards. As Marconi is lapped by the number 20. Oh, and Hevesi makes another error. And skips the bus stop. And loses yet more time to Pignataro. Really just pushing too hard to catch back up. That potentially plays into the hands of Fabien Ballet, who is now only 61 seconds behind. Pignataro just set 2 minutes 2.9. Ballet set personal best first sector as well on this lap. See what times are as they cross the line. .566 by the way. Cicluna. This man is actually the fastest guy on track, or almost. It would be if Erkin wasn't going faster. Here we go. Ballet sets 2 minutes 2.2. Pretty solid. Continues. As Pignataro pits. Oh, okay. So, is this for a driver change then? This is very odd. Because he just pit under the code 80 not too long ago. Was that actually a drive-through penalty? A bit confused about that. But anyway, that's going to hand the lead back to number 20. Certainly, when the 90 and the 20 trip up over one another, it brings 72 gradually back into play. And they're certainly on the lead lap at the moment, although they're going to have to pit soon, I imagine. There they are. So 203.3 for Hevesi that last lap. 203.3 for Hevesi. So not particularly strong. Gradually being caught by Ballet. But Hevesi does retake the lead. Is the number 72 going to pit? Yes. There we go. So they're going to come out behind the number 90 then. So I'm assuming there must be a driver change going on at Valet. Taro's had enough, and that's why he's coming. It's a long stop. We've heard that Fabien Ballet is staying into the end. I think they have a genuine chance of winning this one. It would be quite the story if they were able to take the win here. I have a feeling that Vessi is not going to be easy to beat. They lost 6 laps earlier, so you can't really count them out, can you? 2 hours 40 minutes left to go. The win on offer. Aaron Bowley is going to be driving even better than ever. The 201.7 last time around for Hevesi. The only man faster on track is Ard Erkan. He's set at 201.6. Erkan has got this pace out of nowhere, despite being in the 46 and in 5th. So is that Ballet being released down the pit lane while Pignataro is still stationary? I think there may be a problem, you know, for Valley number 90. Oh, but there's a penalty for Ballet. Is that for speeding in the pit lane? All I can think of, but there we go. That potentially hands the win to the number 20 then. Frustration for Valet and frustration for Reading Game Studios. Just one pit stop has turned the race on its head once more. Valet not going anywhere. What is going on? Is there anyone to take over at Valet? Happened. Dear, oh dear. Valley Esports in real trouble here. The win slips away. Now, Luca D'Amelio should be there to help out. Been online since 12 minutes ago. Pignataro's been for 3 hours and about 20 minutes. Definitely something strange going on there. We should get in contact there. But it won't be me, I don't want to interfere with the competitors while they're trying to fix whatever the problem is. I don't play favourites. Well, not all the time anyway, but yeah, Ballet surely going to have to come in to serve that drive-through, unless the race stewards are able to overrule it somehow, but sadly I think if he's sped in the pit lane there's not much they can do. There we go, Fabian Ballet a lap down on Gabor Hevesi after the pit stop. It's going to be slightly more than that. He has to serve the drive-through. Not going on the pits yet. Continuing on.
Hi, Ed.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, just wanted to let you know the Valor car hit the pit entry and lost a wheel.
Oh, it's a repair job.
And they have 300 plus seconds of damage, so that's why they're not going anywhere.
Ah, okay. I was wondering if there was a driver tiredness or something. Thanks for letting me know, Nick. And
Okay.
and is Fabian Ballet's sped in the pit lane?
I assume so. I haven't given him anything.
Okay. We'll have to see how that develops, but that definitely swings things dramatically towards the number 20 then.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if the 72 can recover then, but I think the number 90, that might be their chance of the win gone then.
I think so, yeah. They had over 5 minutes or something of damage.
Was it just on the entry and they hit the inside as they were coming in then?
Yes.
It was the front left then that fell off.
Yes, very unlucky.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know, Nick. And
Okay.
well, hopefully we've got Josh coming in soon, but I'll let you get back to your stewarding duties with Chris. So
Okay, thank you.
there we go. Big thanks to Nick Homewood there. Of course, his own chances ended very, very early in this race with the number 444 crashing out in the hands of Pascal Eggert. But there we go. We just saw in the background Luca D'Amelio stepping on board, the number 90, released from the pit lane. But as you heard, 300 seconds of damage there. Far down are they now? They're a lap down on Ballet. They're 3 laps down on the lead. Or 2 laps technically as Ballet comes in. So here we go, the drive-through penalty being served. It'll be as painful as a stop and go, but still, we'll regret this as Luca Emino bumps over the curb, completely misses Lacombe. So the car repaired from its damage, but oh, not the easiest thing to drive, is it? Oh, and it's sliding towards the wall and into the gravel. Oh dear, don't cause more damage, Luca. Oh dear, and round it goes. Number 90 that led so much of this race suddenly falling apart like a Lego or Meccano. There it is in the garage. Potentially be a podium lost. They can't get it going again. The 86 is only 2 laps down now. Daniel Cicluna is going to be getting the throttle on. Of course, they're going to lose 2 laps to get back in. There's Ballet, finally coming out of the pits from his drive-through. They're being reinstated into the race. Obviously, the damage was too extensive there. Direction. We will lose 2 laps, so I'm not sure where they'll be in relation to the 86, but we could have a battle for third very quickly in LMP2. What an LMP2 race this has been. And the 72, of course, it will be disappointed because they're now definitely a lap down. They would have really hoped to fight for the win. Still possible. The number 9 has been allowed to rejoin the race without a 2-lap penalty because their damage was not repaired in the pit stop due to a game bug. Well, there we go. Disqualified them, give them a new car, reset the damage. Continue in third position. So what was a 3-horse race is now a 2-horse one. Shame that the number 72 sped in the pit lane there because easy to do, but potentially handed the win to the number 20. We'll have to see how it develops. Certainly, Valet will have the bit between his teeth. He attempts to catch back up. 203 last time around. 203.1 for Vessi. Not the best lap. It must have had a bit of traffic. Marconi and Geelhead continuing to set similar times. 217.7 for Geelhead. 217.9 for Varconi. Although he's just about to complete another one here. This is going to be... There was another 217 there. Hard to get a read on exactly what the gap is between the 72 and the 20, but it's certainly on the verge. It's 1 lap, it might be on the verge of 2 laps. See where they are on the circuit. There's number 20, just starting lap 571. Ballet. No, not 571, it's 13, isn't it? So this is Ballet on lap 12. Absolutely crucial. Ballet can unlap himself, give himself enough time, and should take advantage if something happens to Hevesi. Pressure's certainly off now. Number 20 can afford to not take too many risks. Well, they're setting 203s, I imagine. In Ballet, the only option now is to go for 201s, isn't it? Oh, it's turn lure. Has a little spin. It continues. We're aboard Paul Street Boys then, through Rouge and ready on, up the hill, over the curb. So, Fabian Ballet just set a 202.0. Bessie set a 33.6. Luca D'Amelio set a 201.2. So actually, Shane Ballet are out the fight because they're now the fastest car on track. Probably a no small part due to the damage being completely repaired. Sakuna still 2 laps down on Luca D'Amelio. Luca D'Amelio 3 laps down on Ballet. Ballet a lap almost 2 laps down actually. But I think really more like 1.5 laps. Not insurmountable. But that drive-through definitely was a big setback for 72 as Varconi goes really wide. Uncharacteristic mistake from the 88. Comes Valley number 90 to lap him. Oh, and Valley having to go really wide there actually. About squeezing through. Then Giel ahead. Well on his way to victory. Only going to be good enough for 2nd place in the championship because of these guys, the 88 team. Doing more than enough to keep their lead and take what would be a well-earned GT3 title. There's still that tension there. 7 laps to 10 lure. But some tragedy, perish before, if some tragedy befell the 88, suddenly it could put that title into jeopardy. Because number 7 are doing everything they need to do so far. It's a shame that in that 9-lap gap there aren't the 6 cars they need. Or 5 cars, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyway, Ballet slightly slower than Hevesi on that lap by 2 tenths, whereas Emilio fastest on track. Although actually, Ballet's has set another lap, 202.6, is a second faster. So just continues to close about a second a lap on Hevesi. Could potentially unlap himself and get fairly close before the end. Quite a distance between the 2 cars though. Goes. Messi crosses the line. Ballet through no name corner, so just in sector 2. got lap 575 then. I think the battles between second and first and fourth and third are still the closest on track, although Emilio has been pulling away to the tune of 2 seconds a lap from Daniel Skikluna. I think personal best first sectors. Luna being dropped here. I still think Ballet has a chance at this. To see how the next 2 hours go, really. 202.7 to 203.1. Only about 4 tenths quicker on that lap. So, if you want to chime in with your season awards, who you think should be given the rookie of the season, for instance, or best defensive driver of the season, best overtakes of the season, best races of the season, best finish of the season. Ooh. And best teams of the season in terms of best new team, best most improved team, best team name. Luffield Lunatics probably be my pick for best team name. But don't forget to chime in if you've got one that you want me to talk about. Calvin Klein Capeluna says, "Hello bro, what's up?" Oh, not much, just a bit. I really feel like there's been over 100 hours of racing this season. I think nearly 110 hours or something like that. And I feel like I've done at least 80. Well, the only one I missed most of was Portimao, which was 6 hours, and that was because I was on holiday, even though I did about an hour or two. That was 8 hours, I can't remember. And Nick Homewood continues to maintain that Mugello was the best race. Certainly best finish in GT3, I would put that there. But, no, I'm sort of torn between, because I think Mugello didn't have a very interesting LM-P2 race, admittedly. My picks would either be Suzuka, possibly this, or the GT3 battle at Mugello. We did have some great battles at Le Mans as well, but towards the end it kind of petered out in GT3, as I recall. I think Joseph Frederick Suto wanted me to give BH3 the Nico Hulkenberg award for missing the podium narrowly. But BH Racing number 3 already out of this race. 5 LM-P2 runners still going, and 6 GT3 runners. I think I'm going to take a very quick break now. Be back very shortly, but I just need to trip to the little boys' room. Back very soon. So, leave you in the hands of the auto director. It is still Gabba Hibesi leading in number 20 from a lap over Fabian Ballet, and Sven Gielhed in the number 7 9 laps over the 88, which is on course to win the GT3 title. Thanks soon.